Keep surface temperatures cool, which brings down your energy costs. Our water-based paint provides excellent hiding. You need less, so it saves you time. We are one with you in building a cleaner environment for your family. We gave the world the first air cleaning paint with crystal active photocatalytic technology. We share the Filipino spirit of wanting a better future for our families. We celebrate your milestones with you. Whether together or apart, as long as you are aspiring for a better tomorrow, we are there at your side. And we are committed to the country's future generation. We are one with you. We support deserving students and provide them with the means for an education. Even our country's wildlife, they too need help. We support you. Across the nation and beyond, we continue to explore new horizons with cutting-edge technology providers. We tirelessly offer you the best solutions to every unique situation. In all aspects, we strive to think ahead of you, the Filipino family, and provide answers to your questions and needs on the home and workspaces that you inhabit. We are explorers in our world. We are innovators in our craft. We have been your partners since 1953, and we are committed to continue understanding and serving your needs. Because we are Boyson.
Electrical conduit pipes should be durable and flame retardant.
With sanitary pipes, you want no messy leaks and no costly repairs.
My family deserves a house that's durable and long-lasting.
That's why I recommend
Crown Pipes!
Para makuha.
Recording in progress. Welcome to Mind and Space. Gear up, power up, the new possible. Brought to you by the United Architects of the Philippines, Regional District A3. We would like to remind you of the following house rules for this event. The meeting room will be locked at exactly 1:15 p.m. In case of disconnection, only those who are already in Zoom at the start of the webinar will be allowed to get in again. Please join Zoom with an identifiable name in this format.
expanse of space where you have
Download and use the virtual background sent to your email. All participants should be muted except as required by the program. If you have technical issues, please inform us through the chat box and we will try to address them. Do note that this session will be recorded. For Q&A, kindly type in your questions on the chat box. Only questions related to the topic will be entertained. This event is exclusively for pre-registered participants. The link should not be shared with others. Use only one and the same email for Google and Zoom registration. This email is where we will send the assessment and evaluation form link. If you do not receive any link from us, kindly notify us within 24 hours. Please take screenshots of yourself inside the Zoom room in case needed for easy verification. No need to email it unless we require you. For CPD Point Certificate, we will require you to keep your cameras open during the duration of the webinar. Evaluation form and assessment quiz links will be forwarded to your email right after the CPD event. Only those who have pre-registered and are in the Zoom room will receive the assessment and evaluation forms. Certificates will be issued to participants who pass the assessment quiz. The passing rate is 70%. The views and opinions expressed by speakers or other third parties in our webinars, events, and conferences are those of the speaker or third party and not necessarily of UAP
transitional
and UAP
spaces,
Regional District A3.
successfully navigating environment.
Let us welcome our host, Architect Marcelia Arce Ignacio, UAP Europe. the District Director of UAP Regional District A3.
Good afternoon, everyone, fellow architects, fellow professionals, batchmates, classmates, architecture students, graduate students of architecture, my fellow officers in the UAP, my immediate past district director, and the immediate past district council of A3, led by architect Edgar Pachon. We are very thankful to everyone, and we are very excited to have you all today to join us for this webinar. We organized this for all of you. Since the last 2 years at the start of the pandemic, everything started to be chaotic and in confusion. We would always say we would prepare for the next new normal, but it seems that we are always blocked by the onset of the new virus, the new strain of the virus, first the Delta and now the Omicron. From everything that is happening, we can't really seem to actually take off and assume normal lives. Simultaneously, calamities would besiege us. And we are caught helpless. So today, we have invited 2 speakers to prepare us for this. With our theme, Mind plus Space, we have invited an architect to share with us his experience in Siargao, and for the architects to prepare for this. And then our main speaker, the very popular Mr. Francis Kong, who will give us an inspiration on how to give us a mindset to prepare for all this, not only for anything that we know, anything that we already have a knowledge of, but something that could be possible, something that we still do not know. So please stay with us, sit back and relax, and we hope you will all benefit from this. I would like to start off the program with our national anthem.
I shall work with this general objective that I am accountable to God, to Mother Earth, to my country, to my fellow men, and to myself. I shall uphold the ideals and follow the norms and ethical conduct of this noble profession. I shall pursue moral and professional excellence to the utmost level of integrity, through industrious dedication and meaningful application to my work that merits a reputation for quality of services worthy of their remuneration. I shall pledge myself to the highest standard of professionalism in relation to clients, colleagues, industry partners, and society. I shall dedicate myself to the pursuit of creative endeavor towards the goal of enlightened art and science, generously sharing it. I shall respect the rights and works of my colleagues in the profession and confine my comments to constructive intents. I shall endeavor to do my duty in the protection of our common environment and the preservation of architectural heritage for the sake of the present and future generations. So help me God.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we also have forgiven our debtors. And do not lead us into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
So once again, we continue with the program. First of all, I would like to commend my group as early as now for putting this thing together, the District A3 Council Chapter Presidents, and together with other members of their team. May I introduce to you may I introduce you to them through this video. So, ladies and gentlemen, those are the people behind the organization of this event who have put both their mind and the heart into putting this together to bring this to you. Let us all please acknowledge them and give them a warm applause virtually for doing all this for you. And of course, we also draw inspiration from our past district directors who have always inspired us and have supported us in pursuing more goals for the chapter, for the district, and for the UAP, and for everyone. So please, may I present them to you also? There you have it, the people behind this organization. And now we are very much honored.
Oh.
Okay, sorry. So once again, we are honored today by the presence of a past president of one of our chapters, the QC Central chapter, also a past district director of our district, District A3, and who have finally assumed the very formidable task of being our national presidents of the United Architects of the Philippines. For his very inspirational opening remarks, let us hear it from our national president, Architect Don de Guzman.
Behalf of the United Architects of the Philippines, National Board of Directors, let me first welcome every participant of this very exciting event. Let me commend first the initiators, District A3, led by District Director, Architect Maricel Arce Ignacio, all the chapter presidents, Architect Ronald of Tandansora Chapter, Architect Cassandra of QC Saga Chapter, Architect Leiron of QC Pugadlawi Chapter, Architect Jojo of QC Silangan Chapter, Architect Tolitz of QC Chapter, Architect Bonds of QC South Triangle Chapter, Architect Ste of QC Capital Chapter, my chapter president, Architect Elise of QC Central Chapter, and of course, Architect Jason of QC Commonwealth Chapter. All the chapter officers, members, and guests, the year is 2022 and the date is 22. So what better way to start by being ready, being future ready. Every year is a new beginning that we have to be thankful for. Hopes for new blessings are high, and we need that guiding light of inspiration that drives most people to do great things. I'm personally very excited to listen to your guest speaker, who will be formally introduced later. We are in one of those darkest periods known to man. Ambiguities are afloat, a lot has lost their jobs, and we lost friends and family along the way. But life has to go on. We always look forward to better days. The future holds a lot of surprises, and it is normal to feel in the dark at times. But as mentioned, new year, new beginnings, new blessings. We have to gear up. We have to power up because we should be thankful that we still have the gift of life. And life's challenges will not end. But take these challenges as blessings. And our distinguished speaker is one of those who I love hearing from. facts we miss out, realities we chose to ignore, and possibilities we don't explore. So again, on behalf of the United Architects of the Philippines, may I welcome all the participants and be inspired every time. For there is a blessing hidden to all of what is happening. Keep safe, everyone, as you sit back and relax at the comforts of your dwellings. Listen up, then gear up towards powering up. Mabuhay po tayong lahat, mabuhay lahat ng arkitektong Pilipino.
Thank you very much. Those are National President of the United Architects of the Philippines, Architect Armando Don de Guzman. So we would like to continue, and first, for our first speaker, we would like to give you an architect who will be sharing his experience in a devastated region, Siargao. From this, we would like to learn on how we as architects would address such an unexpected scenario. So we would like to properly introduce him. We would like to call on the treasurer of the Quezon City Commonwealth Chapter, Architect Bong Macaranas.
Thank you, Didi Maricel. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, fellow architects. I hope everybody is well today. We are going through extremely difficult times, especially during this pandemic, which is still persisting. The recent Typhoon Odette has added to the struggles of the nation and has affected many Filipinos in the south, one of which was the beautiful island of Siargao. Our next guest was a witness to this tragedy, and we would like to welcome him as he shares some insights, some initiatives towards the recovery of the beautiful island. He is architect Jose Enrique Ike Madamba. He is one of the founding and active member of the QC Commonwealth Chapter and is highly regarded as one of our seniors whom we seek valuable advice on various issues and activities of the chapter. Please welcome Architect Ike Madamba. Sir Ike, you can have the floor now as you wish. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I would like to apologize to categorically state that I am not a public speaker. I shy away from big crowds, and as such, you will have to excuse me if I have to read what I have to say. I thought I died the day Odette had come to wreak havoc in a place I had called my second home, Siargao. Self-searching has become a habit since turning 60. And after realizing, after a long period of thoughtful self-examination, I arrived at a few uncomfortable realizations that I don't have to have that many friends. I lost a very dear one last year. 4 is a handful already. I would choose exercise over diet. Being told what to eat and what not to eat is inconvenient. And I don't have to save for the future. Self-discovery also made me remove the fear of dying. And this is how I discovered Siargao. Oh, Siargao, a small island in the province of Surigao del Norte, northeast of Mindanao. I started my slow move to Siargao 3 years ago so I can prepare to disappear. I lost my dad when he turned 65. I wanted my dying to be a spiritual ordeal rather than a medical event. A good golf buddy and friend has made it his second home too, setting up a small construction company. This was my best excuse to my family for work-related travel to the island. We were doing small projects, mostly resorts, homes of friends, really fun to do, not too stressful, very laid back kind of work. Our work clothes were tank tops, shorts, and flip-flops. Can't get better than that. The most arduous task was getting the local workers to level up. A few days before the Wrath of Odette, which was December 16, it was a Thursday, we called our clients. We called our clients in the island and offered to board up their windows and openings in preparation for the storm. A few agreed, the others decided to do it themselves. But you know what? The board ups were useless against the debt. I couldn't understand. The storm hit Thursday, December 16. We sounded the alarm as early as Monday to the LGU, and they came back saying the Christmas party was on December 15. That's so bizarre. A distorted sense of priorities. On the day of the storm, I'm almost so sure all their Christmas was wiped out. Their homes, their offices were gone. When I started feeling the initial wrath of Odette, I surmised it was the day I prayed my last. I was confident that the office we built was strong and we had properly boarded up, or so I thought, or so I believed. The whole structure started to shake, the windows started to shudder, the building started to quiver. The artificial straw roofing had slowly started to rip. Then I knew we had to abandon. So quickly, with barely a few things in tow, we ran to the van to head for higher ground. With images of Yolanda in my mind, I was afraid of a storm surge as we were just a few hundred meters from the sea. As we headed for higher ground, we could hardly see almost all the small houses being blown away, trees being uprooted, coconut trees bent. Fallen trees started blocking the roads, making it impossible to pass. We were directed to go to the sports complex, the designated evacuation site. It was so funny because 3 weeks before it was inaugurated by President Duterte. They assured us it was the safest place to go. We obeyed. Then the effects of Odette even became stronger. When we saw how the wind had torn open the roof as if it were paper, I said this was not safe. We got back to the van and I pointed to a corner of the building where I saw a small door. A steel door was swinging open. As I got down from the van, the winds blew and ripped away the side mirror of the van. We locked ourselves up. What seemingly was a very dark 3x4 meter storage room. All through the ordeal, 4 hours, we stood up. We could not sit down because the floor was wet. I could feel the hands of the 11-year-old girl, daughter of my engineer, grappling my ankles, so my knees so tight. 4 agonizing hours praying to all the saints for assistance. We were frightened, to say it slightly. It was probably the most horrifying 4 hours moment one could ever experience. I would not wish it on my worst enemy. When the wind slowly subsided, we were all in a daze and saw the destruction. We are grateful for God's masterful plan to reveal himself, saying, at the end of the day, he is still in control. Having actually seen and felt what a 250-kilometer-per-hour hurricane was like, I thought I'd deliver a message to us, to you, who are in the design and construction industry, especially the young and the influential. I'm saying this now. Odette dealt a serious blow to what is today's standards. Roofing sheets today, 6 mm, with the way they're installed will fail. Those self-stopping screws will fail miserably. Window profiled glass curtain walls, the way they're installed and fastened, if your supplier won't warranty a 300 kph wind load capacity, I strongly urge you to drop them. The resultant cost impact, should a similar hurricane hit Manila, it will be 10 times, to say the least, not to mention the possible loss of life. I ask you to study harder, do more research. Don't be afraid to ask questions. And don't rely on those 5-star ratings they get on social media. Travel every chance you get. Be observant. Use Taiwan as a model. Japan even. To me, one very good example is what the Americans built in Clark Air Base. Look at the way they built the hangars. This was even before Pinatubo erupted. The ones being used by the Philippine Air Force. They still exist, they're still there. It was built by metal forming. If I'm not mistaken, it was Jerry Soon. Don't compromise for the sake of your fees. I decided to come back to Manila, where I can be most useful raising funds to help build Siargao. I will be back. It's where I pray to age slower. I intend to help the smaller people and those who need it more. Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for sharing with us, Architect Ike Madamba. And I'm sure this is an eye-opener for everyone, most especially the architects, to rethink about our design, do more research. So let us please see the pictures first on the actual site.
This is already rebuilt. If you remember the lagoon, this is Paraiso. This is Cloud 9. Look at what's left of Cloud 9. This is a house built on a hill by a Chinese lady married to an American. More slides, please. This is our office. Look at what's left of our office. This is Caracoa, owned by John B. and Louis and the Cares Banson. Kalipay, James Casey, a very good dear friend of mine. And this is Ed Nasser's place, Kaimana. This is
We have organized some volunteers already, but they're still trying to see how to give them the task and everything based on what the people from Siargao would need. So
May I ask for something?
yes, sir.
The church in Siargao needs help. It would be nice if someone in the group can put themselves together to help the church to rebuild the chapel, the church in Siargao. The priest has approached us and asked for help, and I promised him that we would do something about it. So that's for a start.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for telling us about that. We actually tried to ask for very little donation, but later on we will be flashing QR code wherein other people can still add donations, and we will put this together and we will coordinate with you, and we have one chapter spearheading this, the Quezon City South Triangle chapter, who have already given their first tranche of help because one of their members actually lived there, architect Tamara. I don't know if you know her. So the help that we're gathering, we would like to really make sure that it reaches you and it goes.
Not me. The
Yeah.
beneficiaries. I don't
Yes,
need it.
sir.
I
Yes, sir.
sleep 5 times a day. I eat 6 times a day. So
Yes, sir.
it's the people
What I
there.
mean is the people there, yes. And United Architects of the Philippines has these emergency architects, and they're putting together. We're coordinating with them also, and then we also have our, yeah, of course, our own fundraising, which is not really that much as of now because we've just started it. But yes, we will be like you already specified that. Is that a Catholic church, sir?
Yes, it is.
It is a Catholic church. And what is what is the status of it as of now? So it's totally devastated, dilapidated.
The priest needs help fixing the roof.
Oh, okay, the roof. And yeah, and thank you for telling us the specifications of the roof. Should be like the right gauge you were saying, yeah, and also the right installation you were saying. Okay, sir. So we will be meeting. The council will be meeting about that, and we will. If we need more questions from you, we will be asking you on how we can really address those concerns in Siargao. So again, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So next, could we present our CSR project in connection with this?
Later, Didi, after the talk of Sir
Okay.
Francis.
Okay, sorry, I'm sorry. So now we proceed to our main speaker for today, who will be giving us the mindset, how we could really prepare for such calamities or pandemic, whatever, as we start off this year. And so we would like to call on the very person, we are very lucky to have him as one of our chapter presidents, Architect Jason Ko, the president of Quezon City Commonwealth Chapter, for facilitating the invitation to our renowned speaker, Mr. Francis Kong. So for his introduction, can you please tell us all about it, how you were able to, get him for us and for everybody as we are sharing him with as many people as we can so that we will all benefit from him. Architect Jason Ko, I turn over the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Maricel. Good afternoon, fellow architects. I have the honor of introducing our featured speaker today, Mr. Francis Kong. Later, we will play a video of his awards and achievements pertaining on how he is regarded as one of the top resource and inspirational speakers of our country and also abroad. But for now, I would like to share to you how I came to meet him and how he inspired me to reach my other potentials aside from architecture and design. First, I heard of him because during my college days, I listened to DZFE, the Master Stats, while doing my plates and our architectural school stuff. Classical music was my food for thought. Yun lang may classical music noon. Wala pa kasing Spotify. So after graduating, when I'm going to work, during 8:30 a.m. on that station, a show called Business Matters. There's a show called Business Matters, and the host was Mr. Francis Kong. I didn't know him. I didn't know who he was, but his insights were regarding business practices and how you deal with people. So as an architect, we need those insights because we are dealing with different people with different attitudes and different ugali. So it was very helpful. And then last year, during the pandemic, we were invited to a Bible study group by my wife's friend. And si Francis Kong will be the one facilitating. So we joined. At first, we were shy and was just listening. Then little by little, we opened our videos. And then a few months later, we were assigned topics to be discussed to the group. Sabi ko, naku, I don't know how to speak. Nakakahiya. Nakakahiya naman. And then when it came to my turn, so trembling with high blood pressure and palpitations, I went through my presentation. And after he would congratulate me and said it was a good job. I never knew that I can do that. But little that I know, Sir Francis was encouraging us to speak out and to share the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ to others and to make him known. That's how I got to know Mr. Francis Kong. I hope after this webinar, you can be inspired and reach your new possibles like I did. So enough of my speaking, my nervous speaking. As you can see, needs more work. So here's a formal intro to our speaker, Mr. Francis Kong. There's a video presentation for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chapter President Jason Ko.
Thank you very much, Architect Jason. That's a very generous introduction. As a matter of fact, I think it was too long. The only part of your introduction that I did not like is why did you have to mention when you were still in college? So, maraming salamat po. Ma'am Maricel, thank you very much for having me. And earlier, I was listening to Architect Ike, and it just made me realize that whenever we have storms in life, and whenever we have crisis that happens, it opens up to a lot of challenges as well as opportunities. And this is a little bit of something I'm going to be sharing in a little while. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for having spending your time with me, and it's a pleasure and an honor for me to be with you. And I don't know if you've noticed this. Matatapos na naman ng January. Do you realize how fast time flies? My goodness. It's as if, I don't know, but somebody, like in my case, hindi pa namin nililigpit yung mga Christmas trees and decors, and here we are, matatapos na naman ng January. One wise person says, time moves slowly, but time passes quickly. And that's indeed a reality you and I have to face. At dahil napakabilis po ng paglipas ng panahon, please allow me to be one of the first few people in your lives this year to greet you an advanced Merry Christmas. So I want to know that you're fast in greeting me back. Paki-chat lang po. Greet me back. Dali, greet me. Merry Christmas. Yun, there you go. Ang bilis po nila. Yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And if you happen to be seated there and you're watching me and there's somebody beside you, can you look towards that person beside you and greet that person Merry Christmas as well? At pagkatapos, follow-up question, nasaan na yung regalo ko last year? Bakit hanggang ngayon wala pa? So, 2020 caught us by surprise. It was shocking. 2021 became even more difficult as the contagion continued. And as we enter 2022, the year started with another virus variant with the Greek alphabet, and that spread all over the world, leaving us with this question: when is this going to end? Well, we saw the impact of the initial fear of 2020 and its effect on people. Let me bring you back to a little bit of the journey of the past. Shortages of face masks, alcohol, PPEs, and for the life of me, I still could not understand today the relevance of panic buying where there, in certain countries, they run out of toilet paper. Medyo hindi ko pa rin makita yung relevance na yan. Well, that is what fear and panic can do. But eventually, people adjusted. And then 2021 entered, and hopes for quick recovery began to wane. And at the same time, work from home and facing lockdowns became part and parcel of our daily lives. And I remember distinctively in 2021 when the productivity of people working from home began to peak, disproving the age-old thinking na hindi po pwede mag-work from home yan, babaksak ang productivity level nila. Hindi po tumaas And then, somewhere in the third quarter of 2021, na-plateau ang productivity. And then it began dropping. And so, things are always in a state of flux. Mamaya po siguro, I'll be sharing a little bit why that was happening. And then, guess what? Life goes on. Work has to be done. And the new year is upon us. Listen to what these wise people have to say. Sales guru Michael Archchuler says, the bad news is time flies. The good news is you're the pilot. Well, U.S. High Point University President Nido Kubain says, your present circumstances don't determine where you can go. They merely determine where you start. And my favorite the great British philosopher C.S. Lewis says, you're never too old to set another goal or to dream a new dream. If you take a look at the sentiments of these people, it seems that they are so infused, there's a great infusion of hope, even in the midst of different situations that we have. And of course, the most popular 21st century philosopher, Beyonce. Sabi po niya, in our perfect ways, in the ways we are beautiful, in the ways we are human, we are here. Happy New Year's, let's make it ours. I'm not exactly sure what she means, but then again, it sounds so nice. Beyonce naman yan, so tanggapin na lang natin. But here's a factual and simple headline from the Philippine Star that gives me hope for this year. And it says that Social Weather Survey says 93% of Filipinos entering 2022, they enter with hope as pandemic persists. And that's good. With hope, there's a fighting spirit to face the new year. Ibang-iba na po ang panahon ngayon. It's very strange. My entire family, including our helpers and our workers, we all got hit. Third day pa lamang ng January, so I found myself having to cancel a lot of other engagements. Tinamaan po kami ng COVID. And then, I just found out that most of my friends and families, most of them tinamaan din. Kaya nga may kasabihan ngayon, doon sa mga hindi pa tinatamaan, dapat i-isolate daw natin sila. So, COVID-19 is a very, yes.
Wait, I think they can't see you for a while. We're having some technical problems. Of course, they wanted to see you on screen
Oh, okay.
for a while, sir. There you go.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. So,
Yeah.
So now that you can see me, I gotta make sure my makeup is okay and my my lipstick is okay. Just kidding. And
Okay.
so, as I
Thank
was saying, that 93% of Filipinos entering the year is full of hope. Iba talaga ang Pinoy eh. Kahit papano, medyo malakas ang fighting spirit natin. So there is hope when there's a fighting spirit now, and where there's a chance to make good of things when there's hope, and that equips us with the fighting spirit. We are living in very strange times. You and I are now confined to meeting on a piece of screen. It carries opportunities, it carries challenges as well. Now, for somebody like me who got accustomed to doing more than 300 talks and trainings and seminars every single year for the past 12 to 15 years, para sa akin, it afforded me with great opportunity. I can reach farther and further. My scope of reach is wider. Last year alone, I have 4 engagements as I reach out to about 2,000 OFWs, our kabayan, per engagement. So I was addressing people from UAE and the US and Singapore and Milan and Roma and Barcelona and Madrid all over the place. I don't have to suffer from jet lag. I remember there was a time when I had to rush from one airport to another airport. Minsan, pinapatakbo ko yung driver ko sa airport. Iaabot na lang sa akin yung damit or some added documents, and then I will just enter back and then take another flight to go somewhere else. I can now do everything within the comforts of my home. But we are also living in strange times. There are challenges as well, most specifically for speakers like me. Dito sa atin ngayon, I don't have much problem because mostly nakabukas po yung mga videos sa mga cameras nyo. Nakikita ko po kayo. Pero in other webinars, yung iba nakasara po, naka-off yung kanilang video and camera. So I haven't got the faintest idea whether the camera, the computer is on, but the person is away. At hindi ko nga alam habang nagsasalita ako na yung mga nandun ay nanunuot ng king's affection o kaya nag-a-add to cart. So these are the basic challenges that you and I are facing today. But COVID-19 and technology has enforced upon us the need to be simple and to simplify things. There was a time when you and I were judged by the clothes we wear. Women were judged by the shoes. Kinakailangan po ang swelas nila kulay pula at letter L ang brand and the bags they carry. Men obviously were judged by the watches they wear on their wrist and the cars they drive. Today, you and I are judged by the virtual backgrounds we use. Sanay na tayo na may kausap tayo pagkatapos na makamessy ng background bed na nakikita natin. The most common expressions you hear people say today are, "Can you hear me? Please unmute. Open your cameras, please." Today we are a lot more forgiving. We are used to hearing dogs barking, babies crying, cars honking, and once in a while, a spouse screaming. And madalas po nangyari sa akin, though, the appearance of naked people moving around behind the camera of the person you're talking to. As a matter of fact, the president of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro, well, he was giving a online seminar, and one of the businessmen forgot to turn off the camera, was moving all around the room naked in her bare birthday suit. So, the pandemic has changed a lot of things. It has also revealed a lot of things. You probably learned a lot more about you and yourself in the last year because crisis does that to you.
Ganun talaga
And
lang.
this hybrid work environment brings us again to another situation wherein we need to adjust. And
Hindi
the
yan nasa
constant
ano mo na yan,
barrage.
katandaan.
Exactly. And the constant barrage of alarming news and fake news and conspiracy theories do not alleviate the situation. Crisis has accelerated change. Can you imagine? Dahil nga dito sa pandemya, nawalan ako ng project. Bago po nangyari yung pandemya, ang dami ko po mga engagements, requests from corporate clients for me to do change management, convincing the senior managers to jump into the digital transformation. Ang taas ng resistance, grabe. Ang hirap kumbinsihin. Ngayon, all it needed is COVID-19. And everybody jumped into the digital transformation kaya nawalan na ako ng project. But that's good. The crisis has also revealed a lot of things that need to be changed. So crisis is not just an accelerator, crisis is a revealer. Habang nakikinig po ako kanina kay Sir Ike, sabi ko, this crisis has taught us that perhaps we need to rethink and redo and redesign what is going to be required because climate challenge and climate crisis is not going to go away. As a matter of fact, I was doing training for a company. If they're situated in India, 100% of my participants are Indian gentlemen and ladies. And I asked them if this were true, and they said it was. I said, is it true that I've read somewhere that by the year 2025, there are two places in India that will become totally uninhabitable because of the climate situation? And they said, yes, that's true. As a matter of fact, even now, what's happening now is that we are beginning to witness a little bit of the trickling in and out of what we call climate migration. So refugees may be another issue that you and I will be facing. Now, what the pandemic has done for business is that one, it has reduced silos and silo thinking. Two, it has reduced egos and bureaucracy. Next, it has convinced us that you and I need to collaborate and to cooperate because we are all in this together. However, it has also caused a lot of people to the point of frustration, exhaustion, and in worst case scenario, even depression. So this becomes my chief area of concern. And why is this so? Because a lot of people may not realize changes are happening all over the place. My clients in every industry, even as we speak now, are designing massive changes that's taking place within their organization and in their operation. And many of the changes have taken place already and they are still on the verge. This is just the peak of the iceberg. More changes are going to happen. History has shown us that when people are not ready for the changes, then it leads to business as well as personal misfortunes. They may even make wrong decisions. And as the world poises itself to enter a post COVID economy, more radical changes are yet to come. So, as a matter of fact, let me show you, just take a look at how fast changes happen. So, the pandemic pushes the world into a disruption of massive scale and the likes of which we have never seen before. Consumer behavior changes, the rise of the digital economy, geopolitical challenges, the rise of inflation, local political uncertainties, acute shortages in computer chips, and ill preparation to transition to the green economy that has led to massive shortage of energy supply. So, no sane and forward thinking company and organization would fail to see that challenges of change would need them to make major readjustments and realignment so that they can be future fit as they enter a different world brought about by the pandemic. And so, just for your information, mm, hindi ko po mga relatives yung mga napapakinggan nyo. Just for your information, I chair the Committee on Family Resilience in our what is called multi-sectoral government collaboration and cooperation for the Philippine Air Force. And I think Architect Jason is going to be surprised because I've never told him this. My papers are going to come out as one of the reserve officers for the Philippine Air Force. Now, that is a surprise to you, right? And so we had our overall committees being chaired by, he's running for senatorial positions, is Sir Gibo, brilliant person. We have Manny Pangilinan chairing cyber stuff. We have Bam Aquino chairing a little bit on livelihood and stuff like that, Angara and people like that. And I'm a fan. She's a Nieves Confessor. She's brilliant. There's never a time when we meet when I would not learn from her. And so we have the new commanding general now, Air Force General CG or Chief General Comer, and we are supporting the Philippine Air Force flight plan for 2028. And so they are disrupted. So nakakagulo ng konti and then they were so disappointed. Bakit yung mga plano hindi na nasusunod and everything else? Whereas everything seems to be ongoing and we are about to reach that goal. And Nieves Confessor said something that really, two words lang ang sinabi niya eh. So it gives me a very good understanding why there will be massive changes that's gonna happen everywhere. And she says, hindi lang naman po nangyayari sa Philippine Armed Forces yan. Nangyayari na po sa eskwelahan, sa organization, lalong-lalo na po sa private sector. Eh dahil po lahat po tinamaan ng pandemic, therefore, these are the two words he said that made a lot of sense. Because of resource reallocation. Tama eh. Binira ng pandemic ngayon yung lockdown tsaka yung economic deterioration ng resources. So that's why all plans are off the table. Every company and organization need to recalibrate. And so, when the lockdown and the pandemic began, I began listening to a lot of speakers saying that you got to have resilience, you got to have resilience. As an organization, resilience now should be viewed holistically. At mamaya pakikita ko po sa inyo how we marry organizational resilience as far and also our personal resilience. At the organizational level, it rests on the following pillars. Number one, financial resilience. This enables the organization to be better prepared to withstand events that impact liquidity, income and assets, and shocks. Number two, there's got to be operational resilience. This ensures the organization can absorb impacts on people and data and technology and facilities and supply and demand. Number three, there's got to be, ito po masyadong hindi napapansin ng karamihan, reputational resilience. This makes the organization more responsive to external perceptions and building a foundation of trust and dependability. Number four, leadership resilience. This pertains to how leaders handle people post-COVID will be the determining force whether good talents propel them to recovery and growth. And I mentioned a little bit about this digital resilience, how the digital transformation enables organizations to take advantage of new opportunities. And so the same situation applies to you and me. We should brace ourselves for more changes to come. And changes always bring in challenges. It is never easy. Now, some challenges and changes will be short but sweet. They are more like a K-drama romantic comedy like My Hometown Cha-Cha. Other challenges are intense and dramatic. They are like Squid Game. Causes anxiety and frustration and worry, especially to those who do not know how to navigate the changes. COVID 19 has caused massive changes to the individual as well as the organization, such that you and I cannot expect culture to go back to its form. You know, when all of this is over, there's no such thing. There will be no returning back to the way we used to do things, even when the virus situation improves. I've been asked this question time and time again. So, Francis, ano palagay mo dito sa pandemic na to? Is this an interruption or a disruption? Ang sagot ko lagi has been neither. Since March of 2020 hanggang ngayon, the answer remains the same. COVID-19 is not an interruption. COVID-19 is not a disruption. COVID-19 is a total reset. It is as if the world is like a computer hard disk, ni-reformat mo, and so it's not going to be the same. And then when COVID-19 happened, I find a lot of speakers using the term the new normal. Now, you have to forgive me. Patawarin niyo po kung may pakapiloso po ako ng konti. I've never gotten used to using the word new normal. Para sa akin po, anything that is new cannot be normal, and anything that is normal could not have been new. That's why I love the term used by McKinsey Consultancy. When they don't want to use new normal, they use the words next normals. And that's a little bit too word to form because change is happening on a day to day basis. Change is no longer linear, it comes in waves. And you want to talk about the new normal. What is actually the new normal? Chronic instability is the new normal, at least for the many months that will come. What we are having, the pandemic is a black swan, a crisis of massive scale that has happened and no one was prepared for it. And we have to go back and understand this source. This crisis was not caused by an economic crisis. This crisis was caused by a health crisis. Therefore, wouldn't it be logical and possible for us to assume that a health recovery can lead us back to an economic recovery? Something for us to think about. Therefore, we need to change our perspective and mindset from the position of new normal to perhaps the new possible. What are the possible new things that we are going to face? And so, change is going to happen. And take a look at change acceleration. A crisis accelerates the pace of change. Now, there are two kinds of changes you and I are going to be dealing with. Number one is technical change. This is easy. Ano po ang example ng technical change? Mamaneho ka, nagkaroon ka ng flat tire, pinarada mo lang yung kotse mo sa tabi, nilabas mo ngayon yung spare tire mo, ginakap mo yung kotse, tinanggal mo yung yung flat tire, pinalitan mo, binalik mo ngayon yung flat tire sa trunk, andar ka tapos. That's very easy. But actually, what I would presume and what I perceive is that most of the changes that will come will not be technical change. The second kind of change is what I call the adaptive change. This one is hard. This is going to be a transition. This one is a bummer. This one is challenging. And most business organizations do not get it. When they know that change is necessary, ang ginagawa ng maraming organizations, in fact, many of my clients are guilty of this, they quickly install change in the systems and software and procedures and enterprise systems, etc., etc. And then later on, they get disillusioned as to why resistance is so high, attrition is triggered, and casualties escalate. Kaya marami, even as we speak right now, marami hong organizations, they can't explain the reason why their people suddenly quit their jobs during this very difficult time. And what they have failed to consider is that before any change in the technical aspects should be done, there first must be a change in the people's mind. Yan ang nakakaligtaan eh. The leader's mind should first be changed. The idea of change should first be sold and be bought. We can't push change to happen by virtue of directives or authority, but the resistance will be tremendous and the casualties in terms of attrition will occur. Tignan niyo lamang po itong nangyari sa OMI. Wina-warn ko na yung mga clients ko. In fact, I'm a member of the HR committee of the company I sit on as an independent director. Ang warning ko po dun sa HR director, wag! Don't come up with any policies right now pertaining to work from home and going back to the physical office. It's an ongoing experimentation. Nag-i-evolve pa yan. You do not place anything that's permanent as a policy towards a temporary situation. Buti na lamang po nakinig. E tignan natin ngayon yung ibang organization. Ito yung mga malalaking companies. I will no longer mention kung sino yan, baka magalit sa akin, kliyente ko rin ng mga yan. Pinagpipilitan ngayon yung mga tao nilang bumalik sa physical offices. O so ngayon, aba, yung iba, nag-resign. Eh bakit? Oo nga, vaccinated nga sila, pero ang takot nga nila, what if I go to the physical offices and then I bring the germs with me and then affect my senior citizen parents and so forth and so on? Fear can be irrational and anxious. Hindi na nila na, ngayon, di nagkaroon tayo na naman ng alertness level escalation. So, galit na galit ngayon yung mga may-ari ng mga malalaking company na ito dahil napahiya sila. Eh, hindi nga. They fail to understand that adaptive changes is not something as easy as technical change. And yet they operate and run things by way of command and control as if everything can be done by simply substituting one thing with another thing. How do you instill adaptability in your most precious piece of business asset, which is your people, and especially among the leaders? Question. How do we train them to become adaptive and fluid and able to manage ambiguity? People need to know why the change is there, and leaders need to adequately explain as to why change has to happen. Today's business is built on a platform of data analytics, quick responses, and reporting, and accurate decision making. But when the people do not know this, and then what is going to happen is they're going to view the change initiatives as mere stupid and dumb things coming from the bosses designed to make their lives more miserable and add to this without any extra pay. But I can assure you that this is not the case. And this is happening in almost every business organization I know, including the ones I'm involved with. Kaya nga po, this crisis is teaching us a lot of things. Next, one thing I'd like to share with you as my personal observation is this. COVID-19, the changes and its effect on the world and life and economy and business is not complicated because it is complex. There's a difference between complicated and complex. Well, technically speaking, a complicated issue is one in which the components can be separated and dealt with in a systematic and logical way that relies on a set of static rules or algorithm. It may be hard to see, but there's a fixed order in something that is merely complicated that allows you to deal with it in a, here's the key word, repeatable manner. Let me explain this a little bit. Most specifically, I love the fact that you guys have invited the students to take place because this is something that they might want to know. Many years ago, when the Ilocana and Ilocana is a term of endearment I've assigned to my wife of 42 years of marriage now. She's from Ilocos, and just for your information, she is our finance officer. Yeah. And we've been married for 42 years, engaged for 9 years before we got married. So that, in effect, make us, 51 years of knowing each other. The only Ilocano I've learned from her is awanti kwarta. Yun, that makes her very effective as a finance officer. And so many years ago, the Ilocana and I were invited to participate in a watchmaking class workshop under the tutelage of internationally renowned watchmaster Kurt Kloss of IWC. By the way, ito yung observation ko ha. Yung mga architects na yan, marami akong kilala mga architects na mga collectors ng mamahaling na relo. And so this was sponsored by Luzerne, by my friend Ivan, who used to be my business partner in another business we had. And so, pag upo po namin, we have the tools, we have those utensils, and our job under his tutelage and instruction is to assemble the disassembled watch and then put it back into the case. The way to pass the course is that it should work. My wife enjoyed it. Panay ang palo ni Says, sweetheart, look, gumagalaw na yung spring. I hated it I was telling my wife, hindi pa pwedeng bumili na lang tayo ng bago para ma-enjoy ko na yan. Bakit pa kinakailangan? And then, needless to say, I failed the course. So akala ko tapos na yung klase. Aba, sabi ni Kirklos, and now, we will disassemble it. Naku, grabe. But then, a watch is a complicated device. Assemble, disassemble, repeated manner. So is a car, and so is a rocket and plane. On the other hand, a complex issue is one in which you cannot get a firm handle on the parts because there are no rules, no algorithm, or natural laws. Things that are complex have no such degree of order, control, or predictability. A complex thing is much more challenging and different than the sum of its parts. Why? Here's the answer why. Because each part interacts in unpredictable ways. And so if you are a leader and you treat a complex problem like a complicated problem, you and I are setting up ourselves and our company for failure. So what are the things we got to do as we deal with the different changes? One, understand and appreciate the differences between complexity thinking and complicated thinking. The two ways of thinking involve different mindsets, different expectations, different tolerances of ambiguity. They involve different attributes and skills. They require dramatically different techniques. Number two, we have to become comfortable with complexity. Complexity thinking is not difficult, but it is very intuitive, simple, and requires an open mind and basic common sense. Even something as simple as taking the time to ask, ito bang issue na hinaharap ko ngayon? Is this issue complicated or complex? That in itself, that exercise can be incredibly helpful and valuable. And number three, when we are confronted with a complex issue, here's the secret. We should think manage. We should not think solve. We got to give people the time and leeway needed to come up with innovative solutions. Build diversity into the effort, and the more different points of view, the better. And manage the effort with a playbook that uses broad principles to guide efforts instead of a rule book that tries to hem people in. Kaya nakikita ko grabe ang change ngayon na mangyayari. Kaya lalong-lalo na po dun sa mga veteran leaders na nasanay sa command and control, they're gonna have a very difficult time. Simpleng-simple lang. Demographic disruption. Iba na ngayon ang generation ng mga batang pumapasok eh. They're complex, they're not complicated. Iba na ngayon ang business field. Naalala ko nung araw, ang takot ng mga malalaking businesses ay yung mga malalaking kalaban nila. I was invited to speak to a company based in Brussels, number one in shipping. And the chairman, the president pala, not the chairman, the president was telling me in his broken English, sabi niya, we're not afraid of our major competitors. We know how to fight against them. What we are afraid of is some young guy wearing a pair of dirty denims and a pair of dirty sneakers in the garage with nothing to do, coming out with a platform that will disrupt our entire industry. And that's exactly what is happening now. These are very intense times, and COVID-19 has enforced change upon us, and there's hardly any resistance. Are you guys still with me? If you are, paki-chat lang. Hindi ko alam kung nag-a-add to cart na kayo o kumakain kayo. It's okay kung kumain o baka naman nanonood na kayo ng K-drama. Thank you. Thank you very much. And so, let me just give you a little bit of my background. And sweetheart, paki-remind mo lang ako yung time because I have a tendency to ramble on and on. And so, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, sabi ng daughter ko, I have to explain kung sino yung sinasabi kong sweetheart. I'm referring to my boss. She's my youngest daughter now. Okay? Okay? So, just to be sure, right? Ito po. I came from manufacturing. In 1985, I invented a local jeans brand. We made jeans, jackets, and shirts. I'm not sure whether you still remember the brand. Yung mga bata, yung mga estudyante, I'm sure they are not familiar with this. But let me ask you if you're familiar with this brand. This brand was the brand wherein I used Joe Malichan as my model in the maneuvers. The brand of the garments and the denims is called Company B. So question, how many mong you are familiar with that brand? Yun. There you go. Ang dami. Yan. Thank you. Yung mga nagsabing kilala pa nila yung brand na yan, mga batchmate ko yan. No, no, no. In fairness, hindi naman po. And so, everything was technical. Everything was just complicated. Can you imagine ngayon? Hindi mo na alam kung saan nanggagaling yung kalaban mo eh. So let me illustrate this kind of accelerated change as caused by the pandemic. Itong Zoom meeting na to, itong virtual conference natin, they've been around for the longest time. Hindi lang natin pinapansin. Proof. Ang tawag po dyan, hindi Zoom. Ang tawag dyan, Skype, tsaka FaceTime. Tagal na yan. Eh bakit natin hindi pinapansin? Ginagamit lamang sa long distance relationship. It takes the pandemic now to make Zooming and virtual conference mainstream. More powerful than all the seminars and training in the world, COVID-19 is the most effective CTO ever, Chief Technology Officer, plunging everybody into the digital economy. Yung mga senior citizen naman, katulad ko, na masyadong resistant sa technology, dati, di ba, silang nagsasabi, ay, naka-digital para sa mga matatanda lang yan. Hindi na po. Ang gagaling na nila mag-TikTok ngayon. And so, there's a principle that emerges from this experience. Ito ang napansin ko, itong natutunan ko. We do not change even when we see the light. Seminars and platitudes only offer illumination and light. You and I change when we feel the heat. And then everybody feels the heat of COVID-19. And I would venture out to say that the times we are in today would be similar to the late 90s and early 20s, except that the scope and breadth of change compared to the past is magnified thousands of fold. And the acceleration of change is going to be exponentially fast. And here I am, constantly searching for answers and guidance on how to navigate my business and to do my craft to stay relevant and useful in responding positively to the changing times. The greatest challenge of this moment is not just to defeat the pandemic, it is to define the values that will guide us through this and everything else, or else we would have wasted the crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, there are two tools and instruments that can help us navigate the world that we are in right now. One is a road map. A road map, however, is useful when the terrain is familiar and the geography does not change. But how are we going to use a road map when you and I are entering terra incognita or unrecognizable terrain when the geography is unrecognizable? Therefore, apart from the road map, which is important, ito yung tinatawag nating rule book, we need a compass. A compass that will reliably point to the proverbial north that can help us navigate the world ahead of us. It also enforces upon us the need to be adaptable, to pivot, to adjust, and to change. This quotation that has long been attributed to Charles Darwin speak volume. Although scholars now are saying that hindi naman si Charles Darwin na nagsabi niyan, but that's not the point of the argument. The point is take a look at the wisdom behind this. It has been said that it is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change. Where does that put you and me? Simple lang. You and I have to become lifelong students. Ika nga ni Eric Hoffer, in times of change, learners inherit the earth, while the learner find themselves beautifully equipped to deal with a world that no longer exists. There are three choices we have when dealing with change. One, we can resist and fight change. Trust me, many of the senior executives are still doing that even in the midst of the pandemic. And number two, we can deny that change is happening. And number three, oh, by the way, denial happened in the early stages of March 2020. Hindi, sandali lang yan. Siguro after 3 months lang yan. And then the business world was afloat with questions like, is it going to be a V-shaped recovery or U-shaped recovery or a L-shaped recovery? Or number three, we can make change our friend. It also enforces us the need to adapt. And therefore, being lifelong students, let me give you a picture of the demographic disruptions. Hindi lang natin napapansin, but you and I, we have adapted, albeit slowly before, but then we keep on adapting. Let me just ask you a question. Sino po ang kasama natin ngayon belong to the same demographic era of mine, which is called the baby boomers? Ito po yung mga pinanganak between 1945 and 1945 to 1960. Sino po yung mga pinanganak? Hindi po yung mukhang baby boomer, pero yung mga pinanganak na baby boomer. Sino po? Yan. So, I don't know if you noticed this. Ang pinakamalaking piece of technological development we ever had during our school days was, nakakahiyamang aminin, was the calculator. Remember those days? Oh, engineering students, pinagbabawalan yan. Anong dala nila? Slight rule tsaka logarithm. Sabi ng accounting professor natin, if you're using that piece of plastic device that comes from Taiwan, you will become dumb. Today, if you're not using the calculator, you are already dumb. That is an established fact, isn't it? And then, I have to adapt. The baby boomers adapted because here comes the Generation X. Sino naman po sa inyo belong to Generation X? Ito po yung mga pinanganak between 1960 and 1980. So, yan. There you go. Ano naman ang mga major technological developments na na-experience nyo? Dial-up modem. Remember? Ito yung pagpindot mo, maglaba ka muna bago maglo-load ngayon yung webpage mo. At ito po yung pagpasok and introduction ng Atari. So ako bilang baby boomer, I have to adapt from calculator to dial-up modem to Atari. At pagkatapos, pumasok na po ngayon yung mga millennials or Gen Y. Sino po naman yung mga millennials dito? Ito po yung mga pinanganak na 1980 to year 2000 po. Sino po? Marami yan. Yan. Ayun. So, Friendster, yeah. Ano naman po ang kanilang biggest technological advancement? Social media. And so, can you imagine for a person like me, mas marami akong adaptation na kinakailangan gawin from calculator to dial-up modem to Atari, and then I have to embrace Facebook. Oh, pagkatapos, itong mga Generation Y, you have to divide Gen Y into two segments. Hindi pareho yan. That's for your information, by the way. Gen Y is getting old. The millennials are getting old. Welcome to the club. And so, nung araw ang yayabang ng Gen Y, pinagtatawanan kami mga boomer ngayon, na-experience nyo na rin. And so, Facebook. So, eto na. Pagkatapos nung nag-adapt na kami dito sa Facebook, ano sabi ng mga millennials? Ayoko mag-Facebook. Facebook is only for old people like my parents. Kaya nag-IG naman sila. O, aba, akalain mo, pumasok na ngayon yung mga Gen Z. Ito na yung mga students natin ngayon, di ba? Yung mga Gen Z, ayaw na mag-Facebook, ayaw na rin mag-IG. Ano sila ngayon? TikTok. Kaya ang tawag ng mga Gen Z sa mga millennials, they are the geriatric millennials. Ito na yung mga matatanda ang tingin nila sa mga millennials. So, notice this. Adaptation continues. But if you take a look at the different stages of adaptation, it goes faster and faster and faster. Just for your information, dahil galing po ako sa denims and fashion. Galit na galit ang mga Gen Z sa mga millennials sa kanilang skinny jeans. Ngayon, balik na naman ang baggy pants. 90s na naman ngayon, kaya ako tuwang-tuwa. As a matter of fact, kung makikita mo lang ang suot ko, naka-baggy pants na naman ako, brings back a lot of memories. So things are changing and I'm likewise adapting na naman. Now be prepared. And by the way, what do we do now for somebody like me? I have to embrace every single adaptation of different changes, and so I find myself now available in omni-channel platform. No choice. Be prepared for massive change to happen. When I started my speaking career during the late 90s and early 20s as an entrepreneur, I sensed that massive changes were happening, so I presented ideas that would help people in business be future ready. So those were the years when change became a buzzword. Alvin Toffler, John Naisbitt, Faith Popcorn, these were the authors. So they talk about change management. Sabi ni Charles Handy is Shell executive who became a author speaker. He is Britain's answer to America's Peter Drucker. Sabi po niya, the future is no longer a continuation of the past. As a matter of fact, he continues to say, the future is already here, even before tomorrow arrives. These words created such a significant impact in my life. Bakit? A major change po nung araw, it is the invention of the personal computer taking over humans. So now, and there were a lot of books on change, and the future began dominating business section of bookstores. There were book titles like The New Paradigm, Paradigm Shift, Only the Paranoid Survive, from former Intel chairman Andy Grove, and now here comes 2022. I would venture out to say that the times we're in today would be similar to the late 90s and early 20s, except that the scope and breadth of change compared to the past is magnified thousands of folds, and change continues to accelerate exponentially. And so, the question you and I are probably asking is, where will that put you and me? I'm so glad you asked, because this is where the main lesson happens. In other words, that's my way of saying, magmula nung nag-good afternoon ako kanina hanggang ngayon, introduction pa lang yan. But I promise to stay within my time frame. So, here are some ideas I hope you're going to find useful. One, you got to embrace the future as new beginnings, offering new opportunities. Sun Tzu, the master, says, in the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity. New beginnings are a chance to make things right and to make things better. Kaya kanina malakas po ang impact sa akin yung nakikinig kay Sir Ike about what has happened because the structures cannot withstand the different, the typhoon, for example. So perhaps it's a new beginning. It's an opportunity. Crisis creates clarity. It brings into the open the needs of the moment that we have practically maybe ignored or we have just not given enough time to take a look at. You now have the advantage of having taken a step back. So you can now approach your work with a fresh perspective and look at this as an opportunity to improve systems and processes and even build a stronger team if you are in the organization. Number two is we also have to pace ourselves. I like to capitalize on the K drama that became so popular last year. It's okay not to be okay. However, it's not okay to stay not okay forever. So we got to pace ourselves. And don't worry if every single day of our lives it's like we are entering into the unknown because precisely that's what's happening. And so we pace ourselves and we understand that this is going to be a new world we're entering as the old one has been reset by the pandemic. Remember pre COVID days when you had long vacations? After a long vacation, you return back to work and you have this grandiose plans of wanting to catch up with answering email and catch up with work, and that ended, and that gave you a heck of a headache. That's not what we have to do. We got to pace ourselves. And for the leaders with people working under you have to understand your people need to pace themselves as well. Many business leaders will immediately jump into the mode of quick recovery. We need to recover quickly. Don't you understand the losses incurred by the last, what, 23 months of recession? No. You're dealing with people who have been stressed and hurt, diminished, and disrupted. We are now dealing with a world that has been placed on a reset. We have seen how the digital transformation has accelerated, but what would have taken 5 years to happen took place in less than 2 years. And we have seen how our customers have our clients have been changed by the pandemic. So while we pace ourselves, we also have to go to the next one, which is we need to get started. We do not wait for the perfect time. Instead of worrying about making sure that everything is perfect, and this is very true to obsessive compulsive people, you got to give it your best. Why everything is complex, it's adapting. You make adjustments as you go along. You can miss out on a lot of great opportunities if you try to wait for perfection. You got to get started and adjust along the way. The famous Napoleon Hill says, "Don't wait, the time will never be just right." Ralph Marston says, "What you do today can improve all of your tomorrows." And all the things that you do today has been built by what you have already done. But the small changes and improvements you make today will make tomorrow easier and enable you to grow and improve. You may not like the feeling, but the feeling that you're having now, because change always brings an area of discomfort. Now, for the young people here who are listening and the students, you need to understand this. We will never change unless we are challenged, and we will never grow unless we change. And growth will always make us experience discomfort. Why? Because growth will bring you to places you've never been before. So, I like this quote coming from a favorite Beatle of mine, John Lennon. He says, "Everything will be okay in the end. If it's not okay, it's not the end." In other words, we just got to get started, get things going, fine tune, adapt, and when we feel a roadblock, when we experience obstacle, it's okay. Adjust it. For those of you who are in business, in my master class on entrepreneurship, I keep on saying that the curse of business, ang sumpa sa negosyo, is inertia. Question: how many among you, when you were in high school, physics was your favorite subject? Let me see a show of hand now. Meron po ba? Wala. Konti lang. Oo, konti. Si Mar, yan. Guys, what's the matter with you? Don't you understand that physics is a very important subject? When I was in high school, physics was my favorite subject. I'm not kidding. I love physics so much. I took it 3 times, including repeat and summer. And so I never realized one day we're going to be operating some principles of physics and doing business. The curse of business is inertia. Now, if you remember what inertia was, there's movement, but when left alone, inertia will stay at rest. You don't want inertia to happen. What do you want? You want momentum. That's why you push it forward, you shove it forward, kahit iba po, mali ang direction, that's okay. Sabi ni John Lennon eh, that's okay. Kasi you tweak it, you adjust it, you pivot, you change. Kahit na yung kotse, mali ang direction, basta gumagalaw, madaling itulak yan. Ang mahirap po yung kotseng nakatigil. It's the same thing with business, it's the same thing with our career, it's the same thing with your student life. You gotta push it forward, you gotta shove it forward, you keep on moving. So what, kahit mali, you make adjustments. Pero yung nakatigil, patay kang bata. So, it does not it doesn't matter what happened to you during the pandemic. What matters is what lies ahead of you, and what will look like is completely and entirely up to you. William James says, act as if what you do makes a difference, because it really does. The most important investment we need to work on is on ourselves for personal growth and development. So, you know, for this is for the benefit of the students naman po. Mamaya po, we can address those questions. And what do we do with our employees who refuse to be vaccinated? This happened at the earliest onset of our household members also, but we were able to fix that. Para sa mga estudyante po, I would like you to make sure that you embark on the journey of pursuing your passion, purpose, and productivity. Now, ang ibig sabihin po, kulang na lang hashtag kasi yan ang pinopost ko sa social media araw-araw. Most motivational speakers miss this. They think that one session of firing up the people, rallying them, and playing with their emotions could do the job. They don't. Napansin niyo po? Itong pandemic na to, binura ngayon yung mga motivational speakers. I don't know if I don't know how many among you have ever attended a session where this motivational speaker stood in front of you who was giving you senseless and some dumb platitudes. And dahil magaling sila mag-deliver ng speech, parang nakaka magandang pakinggan, pero it doesn't work. These are the motivational speakers who used to teach you like 19 years old pa lang ako, milyonaryo na ako. Remember those days? Ito yung mga nagtuturo ng gusto mo ba maging milyonaryo? Open-minded ka ba? Power! Ano ka, deodorant? Do you remember those days? Nawala silang lahat eh. Kasi that's why I don't want these young people in our group now to be suckers for this kind of platitude dahil mali-mali po ang turo. The pandemic actually has wiped them out. Nawala sila eh. Kasi hindi nag-work. And so, you gotta fire up your passion. And then, eto na. Nasira po kasi yung understanding ng salitang passion. Eh. Nasira yung pag-iisip ng mga bata, lalong-lalo na yung mga millennials. So, every time they talk about passion, mali-mali ang turo eh. Let me give you an example. And by the way, just for your information, a lot of motivational speakers, they hate me. But that's okay. I've learned to live with life because the feeling is mutual. And so, they would say, we gotta have passion, we gotta have passion. Ang tanong ko sa kanila, define mo nga, ano yung passion? And so, somebody says, passion is intense desire. Sabi ko, hindi, maniakis meron yan, saka addiction, ano pa. Sabi nila, passion is extreme happiness. Sabi ko, nakakulong yan sa asylum. What else? Sabi naman nung iba, medyo nagpapasiklap ng konti. Passion is the fire in your belly. Sabi ko, no, that's gas. What else? Sabi ng isang girl sa akin, travel is my passion. Sabi ko, no, that's a hobby. What else? They can't even pinpoint the real meaning of passion. And so, You come up with such ridiculous things and definition about passion. Kaya nga po, kayong mga estudyante rito ha, you're wiser now courtesy of this chapter of UAP because they are presenting this training for you. Tignan mo maraming mga bata hanggang ngayon di pa marunong. Sabi ng isang millennial speaker, if you're not happy in your job, quit your job. You don't deserve to be unhappy. Galing ano? Absolutely no understanding about life. Sabi naman ng mga nagpo-post, the chief end of life is to pursue happiness. No. You don't pursue happiness. Happiness is a byproduct of living your life well. And then you come up with strange things like pursue your passion. Because if you run after your passion, money will run after you. No, poverty will. Yung iba naman, follow your passion because passion is equivalent to your dreams. Ang tanong ko, what about nightmares? And this is the most ridiculous. In fact, he came to the Philippines. He conducted a seminar in SMX. Ang daming mga millennials umaten. Sabi ko, ano ba yan? This guy says, skills are cheap. Passion is priceless. Really? Well, I don't know. Pero God forbid, wag sana mangyari sa kanya yung magkaroon siya ng brain tumor. Kasi kung may brain tumor siya, I'm not sure whether he's going to be willing to have his brain operated by a surgeon who lacks skill but is so full of passion. It doesn't make sense, all right? So what is passion? All we need to do is to search our friend Mr. or Miss Google search. And when you take a look at the Latin origin of the word passion, passion always means suffering, isn't it? And that's why Mel Gibson came up with the movie what? The Passion of the Christ. Passion means the willingness to suffer inconveniences in doing the things we need to do in order to achieve the goals we want to achieve and to reach the destination we want to get there. It has very little to do with strong emotions or feelings. It has everything to do with a strong determination to discipline ourselves to go through the process in order to achieve the goals we want to achieve. Kaya, through the courtesy of our chapter president and also uh, and also architect Jason, I thought that I need to squeeze this one in for the benefit of our young people who are students. So we need to understand, guys, there are always two things, two facets to every human being. This is the doing part, this is the feeling part. Winners always do their way into feeling. Those who cannot achieve success, they always want to feel their way into doing. What do I mean? Sabi ng mga panalo sa buhay, nakakaasar gawin. Kakaasar. I don't like doing it. Ngunit dahil kinakailangan gawin, gagawin ko na lang yan. So habang ginagawa niya, guess what's happening? That person is experiencing marginal wins, small victories, incremental triumphs, building cumulative advantage, strategizing that person towards that strategic location wherein that person begins to experience exponential benefits and success. And that's why that person who started with saying, nakakaasar naman gawin yan, when that person begins to see the positive results, the same person will change the script into saying, aba, you know what? The feeling is not so bad after all. Commitment trumps emotions all the time. You wouldn't want your loved ones to love you based on those romantic feeling alone, would you? And that's why you want to stay, you want to have faithfulness and commitment. It's the same thing in the processing of life. So what happens now as you begin to improve in your competence, you improve in your skills, you update and upgrade everything you know, your knowledge and your know-how, your productivity increases. Guys, you'll never be happy unless you are productive. And now you begin to say, Aba, I love what I do. These are the same people who say, ano? Uwian na naman? Grabe, ang bilis naman ng oras. These are the same people who go home and say, it's been a very tiring day for me, pare. But today is a wonderful day. That's why, sabi ni Dr. Adam Grant, you want to listen to these people talk about being happy and looking for your dream job? Well, for you guys out there, I have good news and not so good news for you. The not so good news is that there is no such thing as a dream job. The good news is there is such thing as a dream job, but you got to create it for yourself. So, Dr. Adam Grant, the rock star of consultancy now, brilliant guy. He's the number one consultant for Amazon and Facebook, all those FANG companies in Silicon Valley. And I had the privilege to converse with him and meet with him a couple of years ago. Brilliant. Sabi nga po ni, Dr. Adam Grant, if you want to do the things that you love, you may be an amateur, but you begin to love what you are doing. You are now a professional. There's always a process behind success, no instant success. And then that brings you to a sense of purpose. You have to have a reason for being. Kanina habang nakikinig po ako kay Architect I, pagkatapos nakikinig po ako dito sa mga interpolations happening, I just said, we are all in the building business, aren't we? Architects are builders. We are also builders. We build different things and different people, but we need to understand our why is important for our being. But, alam mo sa business, uso-uso rin yan. Nauso na ngayon sa lahat ng mga companies nyo, you gotta know your why, you gotta know your purpose and your meaning. You have no one to blame but Simon Sinek. Si Simon Sinek po sa kanyang TED Talk, Start With Your Why, nagkaroon ng resurgence. At pagkatapos, pinalo up niya agad with Start With Your Why, Book 2, don't buy that book. You will regret it. Nothing much there. But his last book, Infinite Game, brilliant. So there I was together with my boss, my daughter, and we were interviewing Simon Sinek, and he was explaining his concept of the infinite game. Tama nga naman. Kaya nire-recommend din yan. The book Mindset by Dr. Carol Dweck, i-combine mo with the book of Simon Sinek, Infinite Game, gives you a very nice course and discourse on how to improve our mindset. And as I think about it, while our why is important, we first have to start with knowing our who. Identity precedes purpose. Mas mahalaga po yung secure tayo sa ating identity. And then our purpose and meaning comes into play. 4 existential questions every person asks. Some are bold enough to admit it, others keep it to themselves. Question number 1, who am I? Question number 2, why am I here? Question number 3, what should I do? Question number 4, where will I go? Who am I? Identity. Why am I here? Meaning and purpose. What should I do? Ethics or morality? Where will I go? Destiny. It has always followed that sequence, isn't it? Kaya, if we understand that God has a unique calling and purpose for you and me, and we are secure in our identity, hindi na tayo magiging mayabang kung tayo ay nakaka-experience ng success at hindi tayo magiging insecure kapag yung iba naman ang nakikita nating umaasenso. As a matter of fact, we'll go out of our way to help each other. Ika nga ng greatest Filipino philosopher for the 21st century, Kuya Kim, life is weather lang. And so, we begin to understand, hindi, iba yung journey ni Lord dito kay Architect Jason, iba yung journey dito sa kay architect Ike tsaka sa akin, eh bakit ako, hindi naman ako siya eh. And then we begin to understand the difference between work and a job. They're not the same. Let me give you the difference. What is a job? A job is something you do that you get paid for. That's all. Mababaw. Transactional. Binayaran mo ako, sweldo, nagbigay ako ng serbisyo, tapos. Iba eh. Walang lalim eh. What is work naman? Work is the expenditure of energy in adding value to someone or something. And because you and I are created by a worker himself, our Creator has placed within our DNA the existential desire to deliver meaningful work. Kaya nga po, may mga tao na sa social enterprises tumutulong at pagkatapos kahit hindi malakas ang kita, pero alam niyang nag-a-add siya ng value, you can't compare your happiness level with that person's happiness. At may marami po akong kilala mga bilyonaryo na I mean their money can last their lifetime many times over, and yet there's always something lacking, isn't it? Now I'm gonna give you something that will provoke your thoughts. Do you guys realize that you and I are expected to deliver meaningful work even though we don't have a job? So how's that possible? Simple lang. A mother doesn't have a job, but is she delivering meaningful work? You bet she is. If only every person in the world will understand that I'm not just here doing a job, but my work matters. And I'm expending energy in adding value to someone or something, that's going to change the entire picture. And so, number four is to seek to understand when the time will come. One day, all of these things will make sense, but that day is not yet here. But the student learner's mindset of ours will have to continue to learn. Ang problema kasi, we are not students of history. We have to study history to understand where we are so we can extrapolate and determine what the future kahit papano would look like. If you guys are readers of books and you have this propensity to be interested in finance, I would love to recommend the latest book that's creating a lot of waves and stir, written by Ray Dalio, entitled The Changing World Order. And he's been attacked by a lot of Americans and accusing him of being, well, it's a very good book that make us understand and also make us go back to the lessons why empires fail in the past, why there are empires that are falling, and what's to come. The days will come. And you know what? History repeats itself there. After going through that thick book of his, hindi siya original eh. Si Solomon sa book of Ecclesiastes. Yun din ang sinasabi niya. There's nothing new under the sun. The great British journalist Malcolm Muggeridge says, there are no new things happening, only old things happening to new people. Next, I think I'm going to end with this one and open the floor for questions. Cultivate an attitude of gratitude. In all things, we have to learn how to give thanks. And you got to be mindful, you got to be in the present, because there's just so many good things happening right now that we need to focus on. My challenge is when you pray, think of 5 things you can be thankful about. Surprise, surprises, you're going to end up with more than 5. Focus on the past, you'll be depressed. Worrying about the future, you will be anxious. Meanwhile, you let the most precious moment of your life slip you by, and that is the present. So allow me to present to you an overview. You want to talk about technical change, adaptive change. You're going to talk about complication and then complexities. You're going to talk about organizational resilience, and you're going to talk about personal resilience, roadmap, and the compass. There you go. So it seems to fall in place because we have to deal with technical change, but the future carries a lot more challenges in the adaptive change that we have to get used to living with. So allow me to leave you with some parting thoughts. This pandemic has both challenged and changed our life, our world, and our work. In work, I've seen silos in companies reduce. Meron pa, pero nabawasan. I have seen CEOs and presidents humbled. Akalain mo, si Chairman Jasa, isa na lamang siya sa isa sa mga screen na naka-occupy doon sa Zoom meeting na yan at kung nagsasalita siya, hahanapin mo pa nga, hindi mo alam kung nasaan siya. Well, we've seen companies move so fast. First, to make sure that everyone is safe, and then interacting with customers digitally. Things we thought that would not have been possible are now happening. And in our life, we've gotten used to understanding that we can live a simple life naman. One of the biggest things I've learned during the lockdown is I have too much stuff. I don't need that much. Pero pre-pandemic, laging kulang, di ba? Oh, I need to buy another pair of shoes. I need to buy something else. And so, one thing we have understood is this. The main thing about the lockdown is that people miss people the most. Sana after this crisis, we will never learn to take relationships for granted. And so, COVID 19 is not the end of the world. This too will pass. And COVID 19 is not a dead end, it is a detour. This situation is outside our control. But as architect Ike was saying earlier, which I 100% agree, God is still in control. You know, I made it a point to complete reading the Bible from the from Genesis to the book of Revelation once every year. And I started doing this since 1985. I have never come across a single page wherein God will say, oops, I made a mistake. I know that everything is under His control. Things we learn, there is no growth unless there is change. But every change brings in challenges. Things we learn, growth is always uncomfortable the process because we have never been there before. And then, what about a senior citizen like me? What should I do? Still have a lot of work to do. I still have to learn. After TikTok, ano na kaya ang kasunod? It's not an option for me. Kaya nga, meron na akong podcast at may TikTok channel na rin ako. See? I still have to learn. So, well, I hope you find today's session helpful. And I hope that you will find your journey into a new world right now a blessed opportunity to experience things that will happen and to allow the current crisis to mold and shape our character and challenge and change us to become better people. Thank you very much for having me, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Francis Kong. That was a lot for us to learn and a lot of things to rethink, reinvent, and as we go through this coming year. I just want to share some things that I just learned that there are two kinds of changes: the technical, the adaptive. I'd like to go to the adaptive definitely, like what you said, and like now I understand the difference between the complicated and the complex. You were saying that the complicated can be broken down, and then the complex you have to manage it because it's very unpredictable. Some things to be. I just want to point out to our audience, and like you were saying, how do we deal with the complexities? So we have to understand them, the difference, and we have to differentiate between the complicated and the complex because there are two different things to address.
And also, you were saying what are the components of organizational resilience that we need to develop for the new possible? Well, there are a lot: financial, operational, reputational leadership, and of course, digital. And finally, another point that I've learned is what personal area of individual improvement and development should you work on to deal with the age of the new possible? Well, again, we have to be adaptive, we have to be flexible, and we have to embrace the change, most especially for the. I just turned a senior citizen last January, and so yeah. So well, that's one thing that I appreciate in this district. Composed of the different chapter presidents. I'm way ahead of them. I'm like the not wag mo nang lola, but I'm the mom. But like what I always said from the very beginning, I was challenged to learn so that I'll be able to communicate with them because you know they're already advanced digitally, and I'd have to learn it, which I at the very beginning I was you know I was having a hard time, but as I tried to do it, yeah, I feel triumphant with that. And I'd like what you said, being very thankful, always appreciative of what you have, because I think that makes you happy also. And we still have you, Mr. Francis Kong, because we will be going on to our question and answer. I think we have a lot.
Sure.
And but I'd like to say that we are fortunate to have, and I think we really tried to catch her to be the moderator for the question and answer, because I watched one of your episodes, which Architect Jason Ko invited me to, and you were really a tandem. So that's why we're very lucky to have her. I'd like to introduce her, and because she's going to make this question and answer very interesting, I'm sure. Well, I just would like to tell you that she's not an ordinary moderator. She's, you know, she has a lot of credentials, and of course, the name herself will say so. Dr. Amy Yang Ko. May hint na ba ng ko? That's why we were able to get her. Well, she graduated at the University of the East. She's a dentist. She's a lecturer, table clinician for Philippine Prosthodontic Society. And she was elected the first female youngest president of the Philippine Prosthodontic Society during her term from January 2006 to June 2004. I just like you to have a background so that you will know who she is. Well, there's a lot of credentials to her, but what I'm really very interested about is we are very lucky that she is a member of the CPD Council because we are giving points to the architects for this seminar. So she would understand how we will be able to give them some points for the renewal of their license, as she is also a licensed professional. So Miss Amy Ko, may we hear from you please first?
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. It's actually a pleasure to be here. Thank you for that warm introduction and giving me this time and an opportunity to actually be doing the question and answer portion with our favorite speaker, Sir Francis Kong. He is not an ordinary speaker because he is very close to our heart and probably now to everybody's heart, as he actually discussed about the new possibilities of not the new normal, but the new possibilities, right? So maybe with that, I would like to ask the first question, Sir Francis.
Yeah.
Not yet to you. Well, we are gathering a lot of questions and there's a lot of students helping us to type in the questions also. I would like to ask the audience, which I also ask permission from the organizers, if I will be able to give away 500 pesos in cash. Yeah.
Wow.
Sir Francis.
Wow.
So we will be giving 500 pesos. Let's see if this is the new possibility. Na bago nakinig kayo kay Sir Francis kanina, you saw how he is very engaging. You saw how he is able to transcend, no? He was able to transcend to TikTok. Can you imagine him having a TikTok account, Facebook account, and doing this live shows and stuff in the Facebook and also in social media?
Doc
So
Amy,
first-
may I just butt
Yeah.
in? But I'm watching the number of participants, and it's not being reduced, and there's more. So they're very engaged with Mr. Francis Kong's talk. That just proves it. The number.
I
of
didn't even know that
participants.
it's been 2 hours already. Feeling ko 30 minutes pa lang or less eh. So yung sinasabi ko nga kanina, if you see Sir Francis, it's open to everybody in the in the audience, no? But we would need your typing skills and abilities to type in the chat box. And I would also ask the Orcom to help me para may manalo. Okay? So this question is for everybody regarding Sir Francis Kong. So kung sino mauunang maka-type in ng tamang sagot, you will get 500 pesos. Can you just imagine? You just listen to probably how much yung worth ng knowledge and wisdom that Sir Francis gave us. And then you will earn 500 just like that if you answer the question correct. Sinabi nyo kanina, yung mga nag-type kanina, who loves physics, right? Who loves physics? Parang ang dami rin eh. Tapos maraming gusto ng math and science and everything like that. So let's do mathematical equation and science. Use your eyes, look at the screen. How old is Sir Francis Kong? How old is Sir Francis? So type in, and then we would give you 500 pesos pag may tamang sagot na unang tamang sagot. At saka magagalit si Sir Francis pag sobrang mali yung sagot niyo, okay? So let's screen up, no? So let's scan Sir Francis. I hope you forgive me for this. But then let's see how it is. Okay, let's stop the count. Sobrang dami na. Okay, can somebody help me scan the chat box as I ask our beloved speaker, Sir Francis Kong, and we call him Aya. What is the correct answer?
Nako.
Pakibigay lang sa akin yung mga nak-chat niyan at yung mga 70 plus na raw, mga kukulamin ko yung mga yan. And I'm turning 67 years old this May.
All right. So hearing that, turning 67 this May. So technically, medically speaking, ang tinukuha natin is actually 66. Tama? Sir Francis, right? Because you're still turning 67. So can the Orcom tell me who the winner is for the first one who answered 66 ang number on the screen at nakalagay na tama? You will get in GCash, no? 500 pesos. Meron na ba? Only, diba? Sir Francis, I thought he's only in his 20s. Yun, akala ko rin eh.
Teka. Doc Amy.
Yes.
Doc Amy, sandali, excuse ha. Si Kenneth, sabi niya, I thought he is only in 20s. Bibigyan nga kita ng libro, Kenneth.
Wow!
Diba?
So may nag-answer ba ng 80 dyan? Tatanggalin na namin eh. Tatanggalin na namin. We can leave the room already. Right? So, meron ba? Wow. So, were you able to get that? No, the one who got the 20s. No, you got a free book from Aya Francis. We call him Aya because he's like a big brother to everybody of us. So, wala naman nag-answer ng 80s. No, kaya sabi ko, pakitanggal na rin sa participants. No, for this one. Are you able to get the winner for the 66? Meron ba? Or maybe you can just tell me and then we will announce the winner later. Kasi madami yatang nag-type. Ibig sabihin, very active ang audience natin. Hearing that, please do give this opportunity to ask questions to our speaker because it's very difficult to invite him. No, napakamahal ni Sir Francis kung alam niya lang talaga. Okay. Kaya ako energetic kasi kumain ako at nagdumasa ako ng Kurimo ice cream. So just in case it's a shameless plug, it's a good ice cream also from their family. So please do check that out. So for the first question, Sir Francis, Aya Francis, before we type in some of the questions from our audience, what I got is the big word for this talk that you had is the word resilience. I think that is the one important thing because we can adapt. If we don't adapt, then we're dead, right? So in this pandemic time, the one who didn't adapt well are the one that's having a crisis, having a lot of problems and things. What is one of the things that you will be able to advise for people who are really having a hard time, really having adapting and being resilient at this time?
Ever since the lockdown began, a lot of speakers are saying, you gotta have resilience, you gotta have resilience. At habang pinapanood ko po yung mga nanonood, they are obligingly nodding their head, but I can almost read their minds. Their minds are practically saying, resilience, yeah, right. It's easy for you to say that, but if you happen as a speaker ka kasi, if you happen to be in my condition, you wouldn't be saying what you're saying. May tama rin yung feeling na yan because what is kulang doon sa mga tinuturo is that resilience is not what you have. Resilience is actually what you do. Our daily actuations and nuances and actions and behavior will either add on to expanding our bandwidth for resilience or contracting it. Kaya a lot of people fail to understand that you got to come up with rituals. You got to come up with a routine. And so the routine enables you to operate within that set of predictable behaviors that you have to do. Ang nakakapagtaka nga kung kailang work from home na tayo, walang traffic and everything else, people are still lacking in sleep and they're getting tired because well, number one, yung iba feeling guilty kasi I gotta work, yung iba naman, they don't have boundaries di ba? Pusin ko muna, walang katapusan ng trabaho. And so the thing is to strategize and come up with a routine to dealing with things. And in other webinars wherein that's the same topic that was requested of me, I'm going to give them certain steps. But the first most important thing has to do with filtering the information that enters the mind. So, kung masyado kang nakadikit sa news, pagkatapos nag-doom scrolling ka pa, nagra-ranting ka, and we are entering the festive season wherein there are creatures creating controversy and scandal para mapag-usapan, para may free media mileage, those things are not going to be good. So, take care of the mind, take care of the physical body, take care of the relationship, and take care of your relationship with your boss. Dito po, maraming nakakamali. Bosses now expect that it's easy to do Zoom calls. May sinulat nga ako sa Philippine Star. Sabi ko, welcome the Zombies. Marami nang nagiging zombie dahil kaso Zoom here, Zoom there. It's not easy to prepare for a Zoom meeting, all right? So may mga bosses na hindi nakakaintindi. May maisip lang, halika mag-Zoom meeting tayo. It's not that simple. You gotta strategize, come up with an agenda. And secondly, the bosses should not be starting their conversation with, asan na yung deliverables ko? Oh, bakit ang tagal ko na yung pinapagawa kasi ba't wala pa? This is the time where bosses will have to learn how to show empathy. And in one particular clientele of mine, the whole message is centered lang on one phrase. It's okay to ask for help. Asking for help right now will not be taken against you as a sign of weakness. It is now a sign of transparency and honesty. And one more thing is that for the people to tell their boss, sir, mom, I'm right now in the middle of having to juggle chores of doing parenting and being a spouse and everything else. Kaya maybe yung pong mga regular meetings na yan, we would just coincide with, you have to let your bosses know. So this is the time when people have to cut some slack with each other and to find out that the things that we do under the cover of a routine can help put some sanity into what we're doing that can build up our resilience. I hope
Thank
that
you very
answers.
much for that answer,
You're
Francis. Yeah, I think yun nawala sa ibang tao eh. They just felt blank and they can't go back. So thank you for that very simple but very
You're welcome.
important answer. So at this point, we have gathered some questions already, Sir Francis. Can we ask the screen to be shown? The first question for Sir Francis Kong. While we're waiting for that, the winner of the 500 pesos na tumama ang tansya. Ang tansya, no? But I'm sure, you know what, when I look at Sir Francis, he really looks like 24. Mga 24, 25. Yan. Pero yung nanalo, 66
Nagkakape ako medyo na...
yung
nasa
nanalo,
tuloy
let me
ako.
just announce para naman baka sabihin luto no? So you will be able to, yung mga nag-check din ng chat box, i-check nyo rin, no? Kung tama din. I'm sure it's tama. The winner is Justin
Recording in progress.
All right, Justin Joy de los Reyes is the winner for the 500 pesos earlier. So we go for the question and answer, and this is the first question. Nandyan yun eh. Nakita ko kanina, nawala
Yeah.
lang ulit. So we will wait a little bit for that. But there's a lot of questions already from the audience. Okay,
There
the
you
first
go.
question is, how can we manage employees who don't want to get vaccinated? Paano yun? Bigla na lang ba
Oh,
natin i-inject? Or, we can do that. But
no,
of
no,
course,
no.
in
This is,
architecture, mahirap yata.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, this is related to another previous questions about, encouraging the people to aalamin mo kasi asaan ba yung weak point o hindi namang weak point, nasaan yung pain point ng taong yan so that they can be sold to the idea that they need to be vaccinated. So apart from the fact na saying, kahit na ikaw wala kang simptomas, pero baka naman dalhin mo yan at kami naman ang tamaan, and I let that part be the last. First, I just say, sa akin nakikita, papunta na tayo dun sa stage wherein vaccination will become a requirement. And so, darating po tayo dun sa stage na papasok ka sa isang establishment, pag hindi ka vaccinated, hindi ka papapasukin. Maaaring kung ikaw ay biyabiyahe, hindi ka na pababiyahe kung hindi ka vaccinated. Para sa mga empleyado naman, the government is doing that for us. Hindi nila ini-enforce na ikaw ay magpa-vaccinate. Pero there's now a policy that says if you are not vaccinated, you have to spend for your own antigen and in your own test. So that is going to impose a lot of additional efforts that perhaps will force them to change their minds. Now the good news is that there's a lot of people now who have changed their minds and they are for vaccination. In fact, may mga tinatawag na from vaccination resistance, we now have vaccination envy. Na naiingit na iba, bakit ikaw vaccinated kami hindi pa kami tinatawag. So I feel that more information, the important thing lang is this. Just like any conversation between leaders and their people, in order to reach the head, we use our head in conversation. In order to reach the heart, we use our heart in conversing. If we use our heart to reach the head, we will appear to our people like it's pure emotionalism. Masyadong emotional itong boss ko. But if we are using the head to feel the heart, parang we are manipulating people. So that form of conversation has to be very, very clear. Tinitignan ko yung taong kausap ko. This is cerebral ang tong taong to. I'm gonna use I'm gonna use rationality and reason to appeal to his sense of understanding. Kapag itong taong to naman ay medyo emotional na to, I'm gonna use my heart to appeal to him, to the heart, and to make that person understand. So I guess, just like everything else in communication, it's understanding your audience and using the right way to communicate it in a way that you can sell the idea. So I hope that answers.
So difficult at this time, no? Okay, but there's so many questions, Ana Francis. It's like super fast. The next question is, how can we combat complacency that can set in, especially when people are working from home? This is from Franco Santiago. Yeah, because sometimes
Mm,
we get so relaxed when we're at home and, it's different.
yes, yes. I wrote an article in the Philippine Star that says, even if you're doing work from home, you still have to strive for excellence. You still have to stand out even when you're just zooming in. I remember that's the start of my article saying that kasi it's not that de gusto kong umasenso, gusto kong ma-promoted eh. Hindi. It is our fight against the natural pull of gravitation that will make us feel comfortable such that we're no longer using our intellectual and physical muscles and we're going to lose it. So by the time we get comfortable with comfort, ayan na yun, inertia na yan, at ang hirap makabawi just when everything now requires us to be full force in achieving things. So tayo rin na mahihirapan. So we just have to start with the mindset of saying, I'm not gonna allow comfort to destroy my usefulness. I will still be productive. I will still continue to learn and develop my skills, and I'll continue to achieve learning as a lifelong student and to give my best.
Okay. The ano is not to stop learning. The next one is, I think you answered this a little bit. What can you say to some who are still asking for meetings, face-to-face meetings, when it can be just an email? Nauubos na ang oras sa kaka-meeting, sabi ni JP.
Mm-mm. I would like to make a suggestion to the bosses and people by saying, ang dami naman pong platform yan. Let's qualify na lang. Before we can have a Zoom meeting, we gotta have an agenda. And then we stick to the agenda, tapos yan. Second, if, off the cuff or suddenly you think of an idea, nandiyan naman yung Viber eh. Nandiyan naman yung SMS, nandiyan pa naman yung email eh. There's a multi-platforms that we can use. Let's not confine ourselves to Zoom Meet because it's extremely very difficult. Now, here's another key. If you happen to be a leader and you need to do virtual conferences with people from different time zones or different places, the term here I would use is spread the pain, share the pain. In other words, uh, Ma'am, are you now in the States or nakauwi na po kayo? Uh, are you in the US now zooming in?
Are you talking to me, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. I'm in
Uh,
the States right now. It's like
are you in the States, no? So,
early morning, yeah.
yun. Uh, so, oh, okay. Well, you still look so fresh and it is as if tiga Mandaluyong lang kayo, so you're okay. So
The
in other
signal is
words,
very
if
good,
you're
sir.
dealing if you're dealing with people of different time zones, spread the pain. Oh, sige, this time, a meeting, everybody follow my time zone. Next meeting naman, I'll follow your time zone naman. So you spread the pain. That way, people will understand that you are exercising empathy. So yun po, make it a rule. Share with the entire group na, sige, pagka ganito ang pag-uusapan, let's just use the messaging platform and then let's reserve the Zoom meeting for something formal with an agenda and something that is structured.
Okay, thank you, Anne Francis. For this question, next question is about emotions and stuff. No, but before I ask that question, let's ask this first. Will the new normal be a pain in the ass in the industry, or will it boom? I ask this because, as I observed, since 2020, there are more establishments and projects that are being constructed: houses, buildings, coffee shops, restaurants, etc. From Christina.
There's going to be a field of recovery. So in a lot of business people are saying it's going to take at least mga 2.5 years, and 3 years before we can see some semblance of impressive growth again. So there are stages naman in business talaga. Eh. Like if I were Christina, if I were to bring you on the journey from March 2020 to now, 4 stages po yun eh. The initial stage is what we call shock and recovery. Ha? Ano ba yan? Pandemic, lockdown, ano ba yan? Quarantine, ano yan? So, they recover out of shock. The second stage that transpired out of that is redesign. In other words, this is putting up in conformity to IETF and then putting up the plexiglass and so forth and so on. So, ni-redesign na nila yung lugar. And then the third stage was reinvention. Reinvention now, meaning to say is let's gather and let's gather all of our digital assets. Let's come up with a new strategy in doing presentation virtually with our clients. Oo nga, willing nga naman yung mga tao natin lumabas sa field, pero yung client naman ayaw humarap sa atin. Paano ba yan? So what are the digital tools we need to use? And this is going to take a little while. The fourth stage is where we are in right now. This is called reimagination. We have to imagine now what the post pandemic world will be like. But between now until then, our priority is still COVID, but we now begin to see some illumination. In my parenting webinars, and I still give webinars to students in schools. I present a different thing. Kasi naman, ang social media natin, we are now being bombarded with nonstop information, many of which are not useful. And so the way I address the young people is this: mental health issues, they're very real. And some cases now require professional help and medical help, in which it's above my pay grade. I wouldn't be able to address. In general, however, ito ang napansin. When you begin to open television, watch YouTube on social media, at nakikita mo ngayon, prinsipe ka na nga at prinsesa ka na nga na nakatila ka na sa castle at nagko-complain ka may mental health issue ka, may baka gusto mo pa mag-suicide and everything else. At pagkatapos, kapag nakikita mo si Simone Biles, ayaw mag-participate in one event at siya pang galit, you don't know how dangerous this is when your mind is affected. At nakikita mo ngayon na si Naomi Osaka nagdadabog at hinagis yung raketa na sa floor. I would like the young people to know that's not the normal default. And you gotta look back at that particular game ni Naomi Osaka. Nagulat ako dun. And to the young people here in school, they are still in school, go back to YouTube and watch that again. I'm familiar with New York. That tournament was done in New York. Every year I go to New York. I know the attitude of New Yorkers. Nung hinagis ni Naomi Osaka yung raketa, and then I was expecting like in general, ito yung mga broadcasters na to, mga newscasters, yung Simone, our heart is with you in your battle, in your mental health. Eh, ayaw ko naman mag-comment kasi ibabash ako eh. Titirahin ako ng mga social media eh. Pero I've been keeping this to myself until I watch the tournament. Alam mo yung nangyari? Nung hinagis niya yung raketa, binu siya ng New York audiences. You may not have noticed that, but that's significant. Bakit? Binu siya ng audience. In other words, maybe that will explain the reason why after the tournament, in her press conference, she did not play the mental health card anymore. But then with tears, sinabi na lang niya, maybe I'll have to take an indefinite leave of absence from professional sports. That's her struggle. I'm not saying it's not real, but what I'm telling the young people, that's not the default that you have to expect yourself in. Bakit? In the same tournament, I'm beginning to see a generation of Generation Z young people who are rising up to the occasion na masyadong tapang tatapang grabe. And the name is sino ba yun? Leila Ann Fernandez. Half Filipino, half Puerto Rican.
Tennis
Ang
player.
tapang ng bata. Nung in-interview siya, at what point of the tournament did you think that you would defeat the world champ Naomi Osaka? Sabi na, from the very start.
Wow.
Nung tinanong siya, what's your strategy in dealing with Naomi? Sabi na, well, honestly, I wasn't looking at her. I was so concerned with what I have to do. Yan ang matapang. And then guess what? She was defeated by another Gen Z who is 1 year younger than her. Si Emma, tapang din. Now, sociologists today are showing a lot of demographical study na yung mga bagong Gen Z na yan, Gen Z, are displaying the same features of baby boomers like me. Very tough, very driven. Because this pandemic, lalong-lalo na po kung tama ang training ng mga magulang at nafi-filter ngayon yung mga information na nakukuha nila. At tama po ang training and exposure. This particular Gen Z, itong mga estudyante na to, yan ang matatapang. They're gonna surprise us with what they can achieve. Kaya nga po, sabi ni JP, the kids are acting like boomers. Congratulations! Hindi pa kayo naiinggit, hindi pa kayo senior citizen like me, di ba? So that's the point I'm trying to say. Hindi po normal yung iisipin na I am so mentally, emotionally fickle. No, we always have a choice. Pero we have to be supported by a nurturing environment, lalong-lalo na galing sa parents, and also by filtering the information that enters on.
Thank you, Aaron Francis. So in summary for that, no, kailangan we will be surrounding ourselves with people who are positive mentally, not positive with COVID, okay? So the next question is from Bernardito Dizon. How can you say that this pandemic is an opportunity? Since most of the people are afraid of COVID-19 and government asked to stay at home.
Mm. I have not said that this pandemic is an opportunity, but what I have said is that crisis always leads to opportunity. This is the part wherein history plays a major part, and I've been saying that we're not students of history. If you take a look at one of the major crises in the past that is being associated with COVID-19, what is that? Spanish flu. Every time there's a crisis, it puts the whole world in reset. There are new needs, there are new problems that require new solutions. Yun yung opportunity na sinasabi ko. Bago po nangyari yung Spanish flu, itong company na to, walang kabenta-benta, hindi pinapansin. After the Spanish flu, until today, that company is still #1 in that industry. Can anybody guess what that company is and what their products are? It's Dixie. A paper cup now and all these disposable things came into place. Recent na lang, the last SARS outbreak in China, Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea. Pagkatapos po ng SARS outbreak na yan, what opportunities opened? Kung hindi po nangyari yung SARS na yan, hindi nag-increase yung consciousness and the value of e-commerce. Kaya ngayon kung babalikan mo, South Korea, China, Hong Kong, and what's the other one? Japan, they are at the forefront of e-commerce. This one is going to open a lot of opportunities. Not because pandemic causes opening up. Pandemic causes the situation that is ripe for opportunities. Kaya maybe a better way for me to answer that is this. Kapag ikaw ay negosyante, iba ang pananaw mo sa problema. Yung entrepreneurial thinking saka yung employee thinking is different. Ang thinking ng taong hindi entrepreneurial, ano ba yan? Di pa tapos yung problema, may problema na naman. Naka-lockdown tayo, katapos may virus, ano ba yan? Pero yung negosyante, pag sinabi mo, sir, may problema. Anong problema? Kwento mo nga, paano ba natin ayusin yan? And then itong nakakatawa. Ang iniisip lagi ng entrepreneur, paano ba tayo kikita dyan? Purpose of doing, and where do needs come from? Needs come from problems. So the more problems there are, the more needs there are, the more opportunities for us to be able to provide for that needs. If we are able to solve those needs and problems, we're in business. Kaya every crisis forms a cradle for breakthrough innovation and opportunity. So that's where I'm coming.
Again, breakthrough is the big word for that. The next one is from architect Ani Pugeda. Because of the uncertainty of the pandemic not yet ending, how will you pursue something in the future? Do you have to live one day at a time?
I have lived my entire life just living and making sure that the day is not wasted. And I understand that whatever good things I do right now, to the best of my ability, is building. These are two words I'd like you to understand: building cumulative advantage and building a momentum that can take me from where we are to where I'm going to be tomorrow. When March 2020 happened, I was totally unemployed. Lahat po ng mga engagements ko burado. And you have to understand, before March happened, there was a tiny little volcano that already started canceling my engagement, especially in the southern Luzon portion. So one day, zero project. Diba? Pati yung mga book tour ko, pati, I was supposed to be in Qatar because the Ministry of Trade invited me to be one of the speakers there in their business exposition or something. Lahat burado. And I thought to myself and said, baka naman this is the way God is bringing me towards retirement. And so I was ready for that. However, hindi ako mapalagay eh. Kako hindi pwede itong buhay na parang walang ginagawa eh. So I spent every single day researching, studying, understanding, asking questions, monitoring. I don't watch the news, by the way. I only watch in ANC. I only watch one program. It's Mimi Ong, Market Watch. I want to know what's happening now in the stocks market, and then I immediately turn to Bloomberg where I get the news. If you watch CNN and Fox News, they are not just news; they are opinions designed to fire up your emotions. I don't need those. So inaaral ko, and I just pretended that today is a normal day that requires me to give my best. And when I started crafting programs and lessons, I never realized that by pagpasok ng May, I was prepared when the invitations began pouring in again. So, in other words, I always lived my life since 1985 wanting to make the most that this day can offer without wasting much time about it that can help me build cumulative advantage. And for the sake of our young students, I'd like you to know I made a name in business in manufacturing of garments. But my first initial trabaho sa garments, tagabihis po ako ng mannequin sa show window. That's where I started. Kaya when I'm doing training, binibiro ako ni Rubina Gokongwei, binibiro ko ni Harley C. of SM. Sabi niya, you know, I remember there was a time when you were fixing our windows. Now I'm listening to you and you're doing training. And they laugh. But yung natutunan ko nung araw is that, so what? Wala namang hanap buhay na nakakahiya. Di ka naman nagnanakaw. But you don't stay there. You continue to learn every day and continue to learn, and then you build cumulative advantage until you get to a point where you begin to reap exponential rewards. Kaya, yung everyday na yan, you just have to make sure that you are productive without wasting that day. And then, makikita mo rin yung reward pagdating ng araw. Yun po.
That's
I
how we
hope that,
see how
yeah.
humble our speaker is, audience, right? So we're ready for the next question as we wait for the screen. Okay, you talked about inertia. This may be a dilemma for many who has great ideas in mind and wanted to start something meaningful, but due to lack of finances, uncertainty of time, especially during this pandemic, and many other factors, doesn't know where and how to initiate the first move. What's your advice for that from architect Winsor Sellis?
And that's a great question. Ideas have to correspond with context and timing and the situation that can be a breeding ground where your ideas can be transported and converted into results. What am I saying? I grew up in an environment. I'm first generation entrepreneur. We never had any business person in our family. My mom never worked a single day in her life. She was a full-time housekeeper. Kaya ang hirap maintindihan niya yung ginagawa ko. My father was a very faithful bookkeeper, but couldn't be an accountant because he was Chinese citizen. So nakita ko yung struggle nila sa buhay and I wanted to be an entrepreneur. Ang idea namin nung araw is this. Kinakailangan may kapital ka bago ka makapagnegosyo. In fact, until today, it still is. But I realized that's one thing I don't have. So the only capital I have will be this one. And that's why I force myself to increase the intellectual development and building my skills and competence and everything. Any literature about garments and fashion and advertising and marketing and leadership and administration, inaaral ko yan. So that because this was what I was thinking. One day, there will always be people with an excess of money, with a shortage of know-how, who would want to partner with people who have the know-how but with a shortage of money. And that was exactly what happened to me that I became an entrepreneur. Three partners with a lot of money came to me and I operated as an industrial partner that got me into that thing. For the students, I like to share with you a story that I had in my own factory. Si OE, nag-graduate ng IE yan, Industrial Engineering, nag-OJT sa amin. Ibang klase itong si OE. While my regular people would come in at 9 o'clock, nandyan na yan, 7:30 or 8 or 8:30. While my people will go home at 5:36, nag-i-stay yan hanggang 7:30. You think she was working for the credit? Of course she is. But beyond that, she worked like crazy. Pinapanood ko yan eh. Ako naman nahihiya. Kaya sabi ko dun sa production manager ko, yan bang batang yan, may food allowance ba? yan? Bigyan mo naman, nakakahiya. And then later on, napansin ko lahat ng mga subcon ko, siya lang hinahanap. Yes, that's true. And then OE talked to me and says, Sir ha, tapos na po yung OJT ko, nakompleto ko na yung lahat ng mga unit requirement. Sir ha, pagkatapos ng graduation, balik ako sa inyo. Sabi ko, OE, logic lang naman yan. Alam mo na yung nature ng business namin. Kaya kung meron tayong bakante, hindi pa ako kukuha ng iba. Ikaw na talaga sa'yo na yan. Oh yeah, promise, promise, promise. Kulit. Grabe yung batang yan, kulit. And so, after a few months, bumalik yan. Oh, yeah, kumusta? Anong ginagawa mo? Sir, eto, magre-report na ako. Oh, pasensya ka na, wala tayong opening. Sir, wala akong pakialam, basta kunin mo ko. Ang kulit ng batang yan eh. By the way, ang kakulitan is an asset when used correctly. I said, wala kaming opening. Basta, sir, ganito. Ayokong kalawangin ako eh. I will work for you for free. Pero, while waiting for my application to be processed by other companies, guess what? Again, while my other people will come in at 9, she'll come in at 7:30, 8, whatever. Napilitan tuloy ako magbukas ng opening para sa kanya kahit wala kaming opening. Because I don't want to use that, lose that asset. The number one problem with new grads is that they're so focused on the salary, they don't understand that what companies are looking for is your know-how, experience, wisdom, connection, many of the things which you don't have. Kaya ang turo ko sa mga bata is this, be willing to work for free kahit wala kang bayad. Bakit? Kung ikaw ay nasa UST School of Architecture, nagbabayad ka para matuto, ngayon nag-OJT ka, nag-aaral ka na, bakit ka dapat bayaran? Pagdating ng araw, meron ka ng mga experience and everything, you gotta work like crazy. You begin to put yourself in a position wherein you are now ready and you can command your price. And when OE started her work, ilang states na agad ang inabot niya. I paid her well because she doesn't have to go through those different stages. Marunong na eh. So that's what I'm saying. So don't be limited and imprisoned with a myopic view of hindi ako makaka-asenso because ito ang situation, but take a wider look and a broader picture and figure out with the help of the chapter. Ask those who are in the know and ask those who are wiser and those who have the experience. How do I make sure, or how do I take advantage of certain opportunities with certain resources that may look like very limited right now? And you'll be surprised at the discovery you will have.
Thank you. Sabi nga pag free, di ba? Hindi siya free, it's priceless. So the next, ang bilis ng oras, no? We only have time for 2 last questions. So the first of the last question is, in your own perspective, what is the difference between optimism and toxic positivity in pursuit of being resilient and adaptive to change? That's a very good question from Rosalind Samera.
Yeah. Toxic positivity is defined as an obsession of wanting to see positive things happening that is very much detached from reality. Ang lagi kong sinasabi, we have to be optimistic, but we have to be realistic. That's why optimism is tempered by realism. At para sa mga nasa negosyo, hindi po pwede yung toxic positivity na yan. Nakakatawa man to, pero ito yung this was the actual advice I gave a business person. Huwag kang magpo-promote ng isang salesperson to become your CEO. You're gonna be in trouble. Bakit? Yung mga salesperson, kaya natin, sir. Di ba? Ito yung budget, kaya yan. Di ba? We can do it. Aba, bumabaksak na yung negosyo, we can do it pa rin. Wala na nga yung cash flow, we can do it. Delikado yan. Ngayon, pagka kinuha mo naman yung masyadong bean counter at masyadong finance person, lahat ng galaw may kwenta. So either way, there should always be a balance between optimism that is based on realism. But on the personal side, if you're going to ask me, even if I will make a mistake, I would rather make a mistake based on the perspective of being an optimist rather than being a pessimist. Why? 2 reasons. Number 1, I would have had more fun committing the mistake. And number 2, it opens my opportunities to look for more. Whereas a cynic, a skeptic, and a pessimist, lahat wala na. Wala nang nakikitang possibility, so that's not a good thing. So toxic positivity is what the motivational speakers nung araw kung ano-ano pinagtuturo nila. Yung bang, you can do it. If your heart is in it, you can. No, no, no. We have to be realistic with the situation as well.
We have to be realistic. For the last question, Sir Francis, what can you say about changing career and finding a more purposeful passion for better productivity? How do you overcome the fear of beginning as an amateur in an unfamiliar waters from Imelda Transe?
It's a very difficult question for me to answer because I don't understand where the situation you are in right now. But this is the way I would answer it. To have meaningful work and to have a life of fulfillment, you got to make sure na may alignment there. Just like any organization and business, their number one problem is misalignment. Pero kapag may alignment yan, everything seems to fall in place. Number one, what's your natural talent? God has given us different talents. Iba-iba eh. Now we are 311 in this group. Iba-ibang talento natin. Yung iba sa inyo magaling kumanta, yung iba sa inyo magaling sumayaw, yung iba sa inyo magaling magsalita, yung iba sa inyo malakas kumain. Iba-iba yung talent natin eh. Hindi na lang alam, ano, si Doc Amy, ang galing kumanta niyan. Diba? Yan ang talent niya. And so, ito yung natural talent ko. If I can convert my talent into acquired skill, in other words, I elevate my talent and I find myself working in an environment wherein my natural talent now and strength is being exercised, sa totoo lang, you don't care about how much money you make. You begin to feel the blessedness of getting to see positive things done, and most usually the money comes in. Kasi magandang result ang ginagawa mo. So, let me give you another example. I have written 24 books. I write a column for the Philippine Star and two other magazines that are lesser known. I have my social media. I'm very much active in LinkedIn, and I have all of this. But if you take a look at all of these things, what am I? I'm in the business of communication. I'm just a communicator. What is a communicator anyway? The number one job of a communication is in the job of persuasion. I'm here to persuade you with an idea that I hope you're going to buy and you're going to find useful. If not, that's okay. But every single thing na ginagawa ko, they're all connected eh. Because the talent that God has given me is to communicate. So that's why I can afford to give talks in schools until today since 1997, and I never charge fees doing that. It's part of my competence and my environment that provides meaning. Eh. And more often than not, by doing so, the meaning and the meaning and the delight you get is many times more than the money you get paid for. So it's a coordination and an alignment of your natural talent, knowing your strength and understanding your areas of weaknesses as well, finding the right environment that nurture you to become better, and that there is an outlet for you to exhibit and deliver results as as in alignment with all of those things. Kaya ang hirap po sagutin yan. If you decide to change jobs just for the pay, that's just one tiny aspect at the end of the equation. If you want to change career, kasi nakikita mo dito ko na na-exercise ito at may pangangailangan, ay, ay bakit naman hindi? And so those are the things you have to check. Mag-checklist ka na lang and then see where it is in that equation you would find yourself.
Thank you. Dapat yun yung last pero talagang may nagmakaawa lang na it's related to the last question. So this is going to be the last question for this afternoon. Young generation today, you were saying about work, today are not afraid of losing jobs or even resigning. Is there really a trend for these young people to engage in crypto games and crypto investment instead of working? From Socorro Gakutan. May student agad,
I
sir.
have a
Yes to
very
crypto daw. O, diba?
Okay. There's somebody I mentored, and he's he just wrote me a message saying, Sir Francis, ang laki ng kinita ko sa crypto. As a matter of fact, parang gusto ko na mag-retire. This guy is not yet 32 years old. Ang sagot ko sa kanya, you start dying the day you retire. You know that crypto earnings that you had, kasi maaga ka pumasok, early adopter ka, kaya ka kumita eh. Marami ngayon na nasusunog at napapasok ngayon sa crypto eh. And secondly, government regulatory and all of these things and even countries and economies are now going to go against that one and we never can tell. Some people are saying, hindi, kasi correction lang yan, babangon din yan, support and so on. But if you're gonna ask me, ako naman, there's a lot of things I'm ignorant about. Crypto is one of them. But one thing I can be assured of is I will never put my money in things that I don't understand. Because if I put my money in things I don't understand, I'm not investing, I'm gambling. I would like to know more and I would like, ako, mas gusto ko yung old-fashioned ako, dinosaur na ako. Gusto ko yung slow, steady, process-oriented, but short. Diba? And so, if young people want to quit their jobs, you first have to ask your questions, why are you quitting? Ano bang reason yan? Number one, you'll be surprised because I teach a master class on level up leadership. 3 days, 3 hours each. All the surveys continue to show the number one reason why good people leave and the second reason is the same. Number one, they can't get along with their bosses. And number two, the feeling that they are unappreciated. Hanggang ngayon, pandemya na, yung pa rin. So, is it because you don't like your boss? Is it because you feel like your work is not being appreciated? For me, that's not a good reason for you to quit your job. Second, are you quitting your job because you're you feel like you've lost the passion, you've lost the drive, kaya magki-quit na lang ako? I have had people asking me questions and I have answered them in Facebook. Nag-PPM yan. Sabi na, what should I do? Should I resign? So I asked a lot of diagnostic questions. And then I found out and then said, alam mo, you should not resign. You should have a break. You're tired, you're fatigued, you're stressed. And when we are stressed, our emotions go on an overdrive. And we begin to make decisions that we're going to regret later on. You don't need to quit your job. You just need to take a break. Mag-recharge ka nga. And so you got to first ask your question, what is the main reason why you want to quit your job? Yung iba naman, gaya-gaya. O kasi sa Amerika, meron na tayong tinatawag na mass resignation. They want to go to another place in search for their deeper meaning and purpose. Teka. Alamin muna natin yung context in Australia. That's the number one problem. Number one, may ayuda yung mga yan. Number two, they are independent. Wala naman sila mga dependents. Eh. Number three, sabi nga ng mga experts ngayon, give them 1.5 years and those guys are gonna go back looking for a job once their money run out. So, hindi ito yung gaya-gaya system. Alamin natin yung sariling konteksto natin. Now, number four, some people that want to quit their job because their bosses are forcing them to do things that are unethical. Guess what? You quit. If you cannot ask your boss to change his life and change his ethical behavior, and then it's time to quit. You don't want to be part of the corrupt system as well. And I've done so before in the past. So it all depends on asking yourself this question, Muna. What is the main motivation why I want to quit my job? And then correspond accordingly.
Yun, that was a very difficult question, but answered very, very well. With that, that's the last question. Even if we have tons of questions, but unfortunately, we really cannot extend the time anymore with Sir Francis. No, sabi ko nga, million worth yan, $1 million worth. So thank you again, Sir Francis. Thank you also UAP for having us and doing the moderation. For that, we would like to give again, before I say goodbye, a 500 peso. Ayan, may hawak-hawak siya. Pero mamaya pa yata yan, Sir
Thank
Francis.
you for this one. Mamaya pa ba? Oh, sorry.
Buti na lang, medyo alam ko yung program, no? So, not to preempt, no? But before we do that, we would like to engage the audience again. Your fingers on your chat box again for the question. For 500 pesos again for the audiences, okay? Type in, of course, dapat tama ang spelling, okay? If you were listening very well from the start of the program, from the speaker to the moderation and stuff, we mentioned something earlier, and it was important and special also to the heart of Sir Francis. What is the name of the ice cream company that we said earlier? Dapat tama ang spelling, dapat tama rin. It has premium ingredients, and they also do online deliveries. So just in case it's a shameless plug for our speaker, we would like to call in the winner. Dapat may mga DTI representative ba dito to help me fix and check the winner, kung sino yung nauna. Ang galing sana ni Mark Gregory ba to of South Triangle Company B daw. Kaso hindi siya ice cream eh. Jeans company siya before, no? So ito kinakain to. Ang nakikita ko, can you correct me if I'm correct? If you confirm with me, it's Korimu. And the correct spelling is Kurimu. And I saw earlier it can be on kurimu.ph, right? For the orders. Ang nanalo, just to confirm, is, tama ba to? Is it correct? Danielle Alessandra Calot is the winner for the not for the ice cream, but for the 500 pesos GCash that will be given to you. Hindi sa akin galing yan, dahil lang sa UAP. Again, sana may patikim. Oo, makakatikim ka kapag ka nag-order ka. And of course, everything would be priceless. Again, this is a good afternoon. Thank you for having us. Thank you for inviting me as a moderator. It was a pleasure to be here. Again, thank you and good afternoon.
Wow, thank you very much, Mr. Francis Kong, and of course in tandem with Dr. Amy. And wow, you entertained a lot of questions, Mr. Francis Kong, and we're very grateful for that. And aside from the very substantive talk that you gave us, and plus the questions that you really answered very well. And I'm sure there are a lot of students who asked that, and they're now guided on how to go about, this 2022 with what their directions, and even the other professionals and and those who have businesses. But I'd like to the special word that I had from you is the inertia, because I had an experience with that. I got sick and then I just stayed in bed and didn't move, and yeah, that was the end of it. And I think that's a special word for everyone. You have to move, you have to do something, you have to keep on adapting, you have to keep on doing your activities so that you will progress, and then you'll move on to the next level. And that is very helpful for everyone. So thank you very much, Mr. Francis Kong, for your time. So much time that you've given us, the United Architects of Philippines, of course, through our chapter president, Jason Ko, for facilitating this, for making it possible to have you with us. So are we going to show what Mr. Francis Kong was showing us earlier, the token that we gave him? Awarding na ba? Ayan. Sir, wait, I think you're on mute, Mr. Francis Kong. Yeah. Okay, so we had that made
So thank you
specially.
very much.
Yes, sir. Yan. So, very architectural ba? Kahoy.
Oh,
With
yeah,
your
grabe.
etching, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, sir, for Gear Up, Power Up. We'll always remember you for starting off our year and starting everyone's year. And we really try to share this talk with everyone, with as many people as we can, because we think it will be very beneficial for them, even for the students and even just the architecture graduates. Okay, so we have also a certificate of appreciation for There you go. So may I turn over the floor to my chapter president, uh, Bonstara Remo, to please read us the certificate.
Good afternoon, everyone. The United Architects of the Philippines um, present this certification of appreciation to Sir Francis J. Gong, our guest speaker, for sharing his expertise and presentation for the Mind and Space webinar series entitled Gear Up, Power Up, Be Future Ready for the New Possible, an online fundraising webinar for rebuilding Siargao, given this 22nd day of January 2022, organized by UAP Regional District A3, signed by Regional District Secretary Architect Isabelito M. Novio and Regional District Director A3, Architect Marcelia L. Arce Ignacio.
So thank you very much once again, Mr. Francis Kong, and for reading the certificate to my chapter president, Bonstara S. Remo of QC South Triangle chapter. And do we have another certificate? There you go. Okay. So once again, chapter president Bonstara Remo, please.
Yes, ma'am. United Architects of the Philippines present this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Aimee Yang Ko, our moderator for today, in grateful recognition of your effort and support to Mindspace webinar series entitled Gear Up, Power Up, Be Future Ready for the New Possible, an online fundraising webinar for rebuilding Siargao, given this 22nd day of January 2022, organized by UAP Regional District A3, and signed by Regional District Secretary Architect Isabelito Novio and Regional District Director 8 of A3, Architect Marcelia L. Arce Ignacio.
Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Aimee Yang-Ko, for obliging to moderate for us to make the tandem complete with Mr. Francis Kong. Maraming salamat. Yes, and then we have another certificate. Chapter President.
And none na po.
Okay na. Okay. So once again, thank you very much. So we will be, for the architects, we have accredited 1.5 CPD points if you completed a 70% attendance. And also we will be giving the evaluation questions and the assessment quiz. Only 5 questions lang naman yan. So that should be very easy. And if you were listening to me for my recap earlier, there's some tips to the answers to that. It's very basic ideas from Mr. Francis Kong. So now we'd like, we have a photo documentation as we will be submitting to the CPD Council. And I'd like to acknowledge, of course, our CPD moderator, assigned to us for today, that is Architect Laura B. Rivera, FUAP ASEAN Architect, a past National Executive Vice President also of the United Architects of the Philippines. Is she here? Pwede bang spotlight lang? Our moderator. There you are. So thank you very much, Architect Laura Rivera, for being with us for today. She's actually my classmate and our classmate with Architect Robert Mirafuentes. So I invited him actually, and then incidentally, she was also assigned to be with us. So we will be making the report with her, the completion report, and we do hope that you're able to, all the architects who registered, will be able to give in the 1.5 CPD points. So thank you very much, and we will be giving you your certificate also. Okay, thank you. And then now we have to document the attendees. So please turn on your cameras so that we can have the photo documentation, especially for those who would like to earn the CPD points, but as well as our guests, please, for proper documentation of this event. Yeah, just for this time, please turn on your cameras. So can you give us a cue who's taking the picture? If okay na, there are 12 screens. Chapter presidents.
Taking
Ako po
naman.
yung mag-picture. Bali, first slide po, wala pong aalis kasi hindi nyo po alam kung switch slide po kayo.
Yeah,
First
okay.
slide
Stay
po.
on. And of course, we still have our speaker. We have to have him, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Francis Kong, for staying on because we have to submit it to the PRC. Okay, just stay on because the pictures keep moving. So let us know
Okay.
if you're done with the 12 screens already. Okay.
Okay po, miss. First slide po. Second slide po. Third slide po.
By the way, the 100 pesos that we requested from the attendees, it will go to the Siargao funds. We will be giving all of those to them. So we will give you an account of how many, well, you have an idea. It's like around 300 participants. And for those who paid, the architects, please answer the assessment quiz and the evaluation so that we will be given the certificate. And this certificate will be available in the UAP website. So you can just download it there. We will let you know if it's already uploaded. Later on, we will still have a closing remarks by our National Executive Vice President, Richard Garcia. And we still have a lot of sponsors who will be giving away some prizes after they have presented their products after this. So I'd like to thank the national officers who are here, my co-chapter presidents, co-past president before, my classmates whom I invited from high school, and also my classmates from my UST. And my other chapter presidents also invited a lot of participants here so that we will be able to share the webinar of Mr. Francis Kong, whom we said we're just very fortunate to have. Okay, are we done? Daniel ba? Who's taking the pictures?
Wait lang po, pang 10 na po.
Okay. Not yet, okay. Oh, I see our major sponsor there represented. I'll just mention your name, Mr. Jeffrey Cham. Thank you very much for supporting us always. The District A3 activities, especially this one with Mr. Francis Kong. And he also mentioned that you always get him as a speaker. So he's also very thankful to Boysen Paints. We have a lot of other sponsors later. We have Polywall, who will be presenting their product, PhilHome, Ilaw at Iba Pa, and earlier we showed the crown pipes, and we have the Shera boards also. We have their contact number in the chat box. That's Phison boards. So where are we now? What page are we now?
Okay na po. Tapos na po.
Okay
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. And yeah, please stay on. We will be talking about the CSR project for Siargao. So may I please have the poster with our chapter president who's spearheading this project, UC South.
Good afternoon. I'm architect Bonstar S. Remo, chapter president of QC South Triangle chapter. At least 90% of the infrastructure and homes were devastated as Typhoon Odette made landfall to several provinces in Visayan and Mindanao region. Last December 16, 2021, Surigao City was completely damaged, forcing Surigaonons to survive with zero to minimal means of food and shelter, no electricity and no water. Many still live in makeshift shelters today and possibly feel the ones that will follow. Next slide. Rebuilding homes are ongoing through the early efforts of architect Tamara Huco, a member of the United Architects of the Philippines Quezon City South Triangle chapter, and her team of engineers and builders. Her goal is to build starter structures with modest materials and tools as fast and as many as possible. It will be a small and bare but of immense need and help nonetheless. An opportunity for architects, engineers, and other industry professionals to put their heads together for the good of serving those in great need. We are appealing for cash donations in any amount. The district aims to gather a total of 100,000 or more to procure roofing materials from roofing industry partner at negotiated rates. You may send your donations to the following accounts: China Bank Savings, UAP Regional District A3, account number 6104-0001-5387, or you can scan the QR code for GCash donations under the name of our District Director, Marcelia Arce Ignacio. And for transparency, all donors' name and amount of donations received will be posted in our social media platforms. Please send us a copy of your deposit slips or successful online transfer slip via email, dista32122@gmail.com. For donations in kind in the form of building materials, listed on your screen, drop your donations to AP Cargo Main Corporate Office at 124D Durian Park, Domestic Road, Pasay City near LTO. Shipping details, please put under the name of Architect Tamara Huco, Rebuild Siargao. Address is Puyo Suites across Isla Cabana. Landmark is a 3-story building and the receiver is under the name of Mingoy and Mark Tons. Again, let's give hope for the island. Bagong Surigaonon. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. President of South Triangle Chapter, Monstara S. Remo. Actually, they organized this project, and as we organized this webinar, we just said we will be supporting this as a district. That's why we adopted this as a CSR project. And in fact, they were able to give already their first tranche of help to Architect Tamara, and I was really asking Architect Tamara to say something here, but she is already in Siargao, and as of now, there's no signal there. There's no way to contact her. I was even asking if she can be on video on site, but just to show you that we are coursing the donations directly, so that we're sure that it reaches the island and the right persons. So if you will be you will have a generous heart to add to the donation. As you know, we only ask for 100 pesos each, and that is only like around 300 participants. So but whatever we gathered, we already have a partial list right now, and we will be giving all of those 100 pesos that you paid to the funds for Siargao. And if there will be additional, then we will be still coursing it to our chapter president of QC South Triangle chapter, Architect Bonstar Remo. So thank you very much.
Currently, DD, our cash as of the moment is it's already 30,000.
Oh, okay. So somehow a good amount already. So we will be giving that. And I don't know, there were still may mga humabol pa to the GCash account, which I will be accounting to you later on. So we hope there will be more because we still have our bank account available for deposit, and we still have our GCash QR code or the GCash number where you can also still donate even after this event. So thank you very much. And so with that, we would like to, are you going to post the evaluation and the assessment forms in the chat? But we will also be sending this by email. So once again, you've donated, your 100 pesos will go a long way, but still, you get something in return, which is the very beneficial talk from Mr. Francis Kong. I'm sorry, but we'd like to thank Mr. Francis Kong. You may already, do your other things that you have to do because it's been a long time that you've been with us. So thank you very much once again, and also Dr. Eriko. So again, now we have the assessment link and evaluation form. For those architects who'd like to get the CPD point, you can access this. But again, these are only for those who donated. So because we also invited other people later on, since we still have the Zoom capacity, so we opened it to you so that you'll benefit from the talk. But for those who paid 100 pesos, we reserve these CPD points for you. Okay, and we still have product presenters after this who will be also giving some prizes for all the attendees, and these are open for not only the architects but also all the other professionals and non-professionals who attended this. So if you would stay on, you will be qualified. You just have to be present to be able to win the prize. So thank you very much. So is it already posted in the chat box? But you're given architect bonds,
Yes,
architect
ma'am.
Paral. So how long, until when can they submit the answers to this evaluation and assessment?
48 within 48 hours po.
Yeah, you still have 48 hours pa naman. You can just ano ba yun? Okay. So you can just pick it up, or we will also email this, right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So we will also report when we can give the funds that we have donated. So we will post that on social media also. Okay, so we proceed to the, you see already there for our closing remarks, our NEVP, our National Executive Vice President. Earlier, we had our National President, who's past District Director also. And now we would like to hear from our National Executive Vice President, who is also a past District Director. I saw him earlier. Architect Richard Garcia, yun. I know you're in another meeting right now, but of course we would like to hear from you and everyone here. So can we turn over the floor to him? You are on mute.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, kanina kasi naka-control yata tayo na hindi mako-control.
Okay.
Mute, no? So again, first of all, I'd like to congratulate siyempre ang ating home district, ang A3, together with our district director, no? Siyempre, District Director Maricel, no? May co-chapter in QC chapter. So congratulations. This is, sabi ko nga, pag ang ating speaker is si Mr. Francis Kong, is definitely, no, that is different, no? It's parang reboot yan eh. It's always a fresh start, no? We understand this pandemic has really brought us differently, no? Our life has really changed, no? Well, just to give you a background, when this COVID-19 happened, no? Dinocument ko yan yung day 1 hanggang day, I think I went to day 60 with my family, no? Kala ko it's just ordinary. After 1 month, 2 months, tapos na eh. No, after siguro on the 60th, I already stopped, no? I have this countdown, no? I was really hoping that we'll go back to our normal. As mentioned nga ni speaker natin Francisco, there will be no going back to the normal, and even the new normal, no, there's no such thing. But I was looking forward to always a better normal, no. Kasama na natin yan. It's part of our life, no. This COVID thing, it definitely, it would not hindi siya mawawala na parang bula, no. And everything should change. Our perception, no, this crisis, you have to look at it as a new beginning, no. It's a new opportunities. Sabi nga ng speaker natin ni Francis Kong, and also this crisis, kailangan tingnan natin. It's an opportunity for us. Nagkaroon tayong clarity, di ba? A lot of us, a lot of discoveries within ourselves. A lot of us na nagulat ka na lang na magaling ka pala magluto, mag-bake. So yung mga iba, a lot of us, they have fascination with the plants. Nagkaroon plantitos and plantitas, no? And this is the right time for us to pursue yung passion natin, no? Aside from architecture, we rediscovered ourselves. That's the good part of this COVID. Just imagine this pandemic, if it happened, no? If it happened before maybe 5 years ago. Wala tayong Netflix, we don't have any Grab, we don't have any Lalamove, we don't have any Lazada. So these are the conveniences, no? Sabi, this is really God's perfect time talaga, which gave us, no, na this crisis to change it into a possibility of a opportunity for us to really reassess ourselves. Totoo yun, kanina a question about a lot of young architects have been resigning. No? It's real statistics, no? Because I don't know, no, nasanay sila work from home, or maybe they really had changed their mindset already. They wanted to diverse into different things. So these things are really happening. So we have to be ready with our better normal. Also, we have to pace ourselves. Huwag ka magugulat kasi a lot of kids, a lot of architects siguro, this time talagang they think na wala sila nako-contribute. They masyado silang emotionally stressed. They are really nagkakaroon ng Zoom fatigue and everything, no? But hindi lang naman kayo nag-iisa. Everyone has that feeling. Kaya emotional stress talaga is really, really hard. But you could take control of your life, no? Sabi nga, you have to pace yourself. Sabi nga ni speaker natin kanina. And we have to really take this thing na maging productive, no? Not necessarily on the architecture per se, but in our other aspects na we could see clarity already of what opportunity that we could do. This is the planning stage that we have to do. We have to prepare our game plan, a game plan of our life, no? With our family members. I understand a lot of us has been affected with this pandemic. It's not that easy, no? A lot of us, our loved ones, nawala. A lot of us, talaga, our friends and everyone has been talagang affected by this, no? Wala ng trabaho, nagkaroon ng trabaho, mga iba yumaman sa COVID na process, no? These are things that in each and every one of us has a different experience that have undergone. No? Anyway, yun lang just to this is really a perfect talk, no? Perfect talk to have this rebooting, no? Rebooting of ourselves, rebooting our life, realizing reflection, di ba? Our mind, yung space natin, we have to power up, no? Everything talaga. Wala na yung hihintay natin, hindi, magiging normal yan. Sige na, wait and see tayo. No, you have to, this is the right time. We take this opportunity to rethink everything. Sabi nga, rethink our future. And we have to be ready for the new possible, no? Possible things for a better normal. Talagang better normal. I always say it's a better normal. Not a new normal, but a better normal. So, just again, I'd like to congratulate yung organizing committee together with all the chapters, no, from QC South Triangle, QC Tandang Sora, QC Saga, QC Silangan, QC Pugadlawin, QC Commonwealth, and QC Central, and QC Capital. I hope I didn't miss any QC chapters for the District A3. Talagang nag-grow na sila, no? I could remember when I was a district director during that time. Ilan lang kami noon, but right now it really grew, no? Ang pinakabago during that time was QC South Triangle. Si Architect Noel yung president yata during that time. So again, congratulations sa inyong lahat, and thank you very much. Di ko na i-mention isa-isa yung mga presidents, no? Baka magkamali ako, but I will try. Kay College, kay Architect Ronald, Architect Cassandra, Architect Jojo, Architect Laron, Jason, Elise, and Stella. Sorry for the informality because mas naalala ko sa ganyang way, no? Hindi ako formal na tao, kilala ko ni Maricel. But anyway, thank you for sticking with us, sticking with this webinar, and I hope hindi lang naman to for CPD points, but you have to apply this one in your life. Apply ninyo po yung positive thinking, yung good vibes na sinasabi. Everything would change, I tell you. So talagang yung problema is dyan lang yan, but we just have to find a solution. Again, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much to all the chapters and other chapters ng UAP who have participated, and even the architect and students na was invited by our organizing committee. Thank you for participating in this webinar under the talk of Mr. Francis Kong. And Francis Kong has been supporting our UAP ever since. Maraming salamat and congratulations again. Be safe and stay safe tayo lahat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and EVP, for taking time out from your meeting. Sabi ko nga, naku, nasabay pa, but then I'm sure you'll be with us because you are very own past district director. You'll never fail us for that. So, and again, we share this to everybody because it's a rare opportunity, and we also live stream this on Facebook. And I believe if we did, it will be in KYP Live for for a certain time, so they can, all the others who were not able to watch this can still replay this and keep watching it because it's a good thought for the whole year. So sana it will give you a lot of benefits to go on with your life for this
Yes.
year. And
Habol ka lang, Didi Maricel, sorry kanina.
Yeah.
Actually, I was asked, pwede naman daw ako mag-recording, no? But I because I really wanted to listen to Francis Kong. I always have been a follower, no? And
thank you. Yeah.
Iba yung nakikreate kaya talagang mga sa talks niya. You just get the snippets, no? And your life and apply mo, magkakaroon ka ng re-evaluation talaga. So these things, kailangan natin yan sa ating na-experience right now. So talagang I chose, sabi ko Jason, I chose to go on live rather than mag-tape kasi mas spontaneous, mas gusto kong anong sasabihin ko ay yung napakinggan ko
The reaction, oo.
It's really hard to parang preempt anong sasabihin ni Mr. Francis Kong. And again,
yeah, we really appreciate
yung
that.
NEDP, pasensya na po. Alam ko
Really appreciate that. Yeah, oo, talagang live na live para kung ano yung spontaneous reaction is what we can see from you. Maraming salamat. And again, we keep on sharing this webinar. Yung kung makikita nyo pa sa KYP Live, we're very generous because Mr. Francis Kong has been generous to us also to share his time and his ideas and insights. So please stay on. We have our product presenters, the sponsors who supported us to make this possible. First, we'd like to have the Boys and Paints product presentation. Again, the other sponsors will have some questions for prizes later on, so please stay on. You have to be physically present to win the prize. And we have in our chat box Shara Boards, who also contributed to this event. So please take note of their contact numbers. Are we ready, our tech group, for the Boysen? For the Boysen presentation? And get ready for the product presenters, Polywall, Philhome, and Ilawati Bapa. We will be asking you to share your screen later. First, let's show the product presentation of Construct Lunar Series from Boysen Paints. Okay, so we have another video from Boysen, the one with the person presenting it. Do we have that? Yan, okay. Thank you very much.
Good day. My name is Calvin A. Trillas, and I am a technical service engineer for Construct Construction Chemicals. First, I'd like to welcome all of you to this webinar. We're so very honored to have been given this opportunity to share what our company has learned and developed to support our partners in the industry. In this specific webinar, I will be discussing what we call the Lunar Series. The Lunar Series is basically a compilation of our concrete design concepts that is aimed towards catering to today's aesthetic requirements. So let me just pop up my presentation here. And yes, this is a webinar brought to you by Construct Construction Chemicals. So for those of you who are not familiar yet with what Construct is all about, we are actually a solutions provider company under Pacific Paint Boysen Philippines Incorporated. So our main focus is to provide a wide range of construction chemicals uh, to address the demands of today's construction. So ultimately, our goal is to be the top of mind in terms of premium quality construction chemicals. More so, we want to be able to provide the same level of quality and excellence that Boysen has provided its clients for over 6.5 decades. So, just to give you a quick preview on what materials Construct can offer, this is actually one of the product lines that Construct has. It's called Construct Permaplast. This is a product line intended for walls and ceilings. So here we have Construct's flagship. It's called Construct Permaplast K201 High Performance Acrylic Skim Coat. So just to give you some quick notes about the material itself, so it's actually a specially formulated bonding paste that is mixed with cement. It can be applied on both interior and exterior concrete surfaces. It can fix wall imperfections from 2 millimeters to 3 millimeters in thickness. So generally speaking, for Construct skim coats, that's the thickness of application, 2 mm to 3 mm only. So what makes this material outstanding really is its ability to minimize cracking on concrete, as well as to provide water resistance and alkali resistance on the concrete itself. So moving forward, we also have this Construct Permaplast K210 2K skim coat. This is actually a material that comes in with a 4-liter acrylic, liquid acrylic, which is mixed together and applied on interior concrete surfaces. This is named, thus named 2K skim coat because it's actually a 2-component material. In here, we have the Construct Permaplast K202 High Performance Acrylic Render, not to be confused with K201 High Performance Acrylic Skim Coat. So the classification of materials from Construct is it's based on the thickness of imperfections that the material will be used to correct. So for 2 to 3 millimeters again of imperfections, we generally use skim coats for that. For imperfections beyond 3 millimeters, we recommend using a render. In this case, K202 High Performance Acrylic Render. Again, some quick notes about the material. It's a liquid acrylic that is mixed with cement, just like K201, and can be used for interior and exterior concrete surfaces. What you can see is the difference of the wall imperfections it can correct because again, for imperfections beyond 3 millimeters, we recommend using a render. So again, this material is actually an outstanding material because its ability to minimize cracking on concrete and again, improve water resistance. Lastly, we have here the Construct Permaplast K231 Deco Render. This is a ready-to-use material applied on exterior surfaces to achieve that textured finish that most of the aesthetic requirements nowadays have. So the reason why I'm mentioning these materials is because they may be repair materials at first, but they can actually be used as materials for decorative concrete. So let's move forward to what we really want to talk about. It's the Construct Lunar series. So basically, the Lunar series is our compilation of our concrete design concepts that we have developed to satisfy our clients' aesthetic requirements, all the while maintaining material quality and material reliability. So all of the concepts that will be mentioned here incorporate their own construct systems, which actually ensure that the quality of the output that you get is of the premium tier. So just to give you an explanation on the etymology of the series, as you may have already guessed, this is actually based on the fascinating aspects of the moon. So a sneak peek on what concrete design concepts we have developed so far. We actually have 9 of them. And a closer look to each one of these finishes. So again, all the materials that I have mentioned earlier in this presentation are the same materials that will be used to achieve these finishes. So there you have it, the Construct Lunar series. So the first on our list is what we call Cavern. As you may observe here, Cavern exhibits a raw concrete look. It's rough, it's sturdy, solid. Just the perfect adjectives for your accent walls and your intimate spaces, such as your living rooms and your bed areas.
Recording stopped.
This cavern finish is achieved using the Construct Permaplast K202 high performance acrylic render mixed with cement and applied via steel trowel. For exterior areas such as your facades or your perimeter walls, coastal can be a good consideration. This is more commonly known here in the Philippines as the stucco finish. I mean, just imagine having this kind of finish in near your pool areas. I mean, it's like having beach sand on your own, except it's beach sand on your walls. This coastal finish is achieved using Construct Permaplast K231 Deco Render applied by a steel trowel and flattened by a plastic trowel to finish. Next on this list is what we call Casa. This finish is characterized by geometric lines, which is a great way to actually offset otherwise flat walls. This finish also appeals to designers who put great emphasis on symmetry and geometry in their work, as the geometric lines meet with the floor and the ceiling. This finish is achieved using Construct Permaplast K210 2K skim coat applied using a steel trowel and finished off with a stiff brush. Another interesting design concept that we have developed is what we call coral. Unlike the geometric features of Casa, Coral is marked by randomly placed wrinkles and peaks and valleys. Come to think of it, it actually emulates what the surface of the moon looks like, which is actually unique for this finish. This is also the same reason why it can nicely fit on accent walls, on your family rooms, and receiving areas. Likewise, it is achieved using Construct Permaplast K210 2K skim coat applied using a steel trowel. We would also need to use a spaghetti roller to achieve the depth and the texture that we want for this kind of finish. Our designers today seem to be more open with the idea of employing abstraction in their work. Corona is one concrete design concept that we have developed that is actually aligned towards that. Corona, as you may observe here, exhibits flow and irregularity, which is actually a great way to offset your walls in intimate spaces. This finish is achieved using Construct Permaplast K210 2K skim coat applied using a steel trowel at a certain application technique. To have a different hue or a different color on this finish, we actually played around with its clear coating, which is the Boysen B4600 matte shield, where we tinted that with a latex tinting color to achieve this pinkish finish. Moving forward, designs like Kaiser are among the most popularly employed faux finishes in the market today. This is actually the renowned Construct cement finish. We see it being employed in a variety of spaces, including residential areas and commercial areas. What makes Kaiser an interesting choice is that it actually brings out the rustic vibe that is actually the essence of the industrial theme. A sophisticated feeling even, especially when paired with wooden elements. We've had various partners employ these kinds of finish in their own spaces, in their own designs. And they find it particularly interesting to pair this kind of finish with wooden elements. As to the reason why, one interior designer mentioned that there is beauty to the contrast of the natural elements of wood and concrete. Concrete being the cool element and wood being the warm element. So, Kaiser and Kashmir are two closely related designs. Actually, they utilize the same material, which is the Construct Permaplast K201 High Performance Acrylic Skim Coat, which is mixed with cement, either ordinary Portland or white cement, to achieve that gradient of gray that we desire in this kind of cement finish. The only difference, though, is that the Kaiser and the Kashmir have different clear coatings, with the Kaiser having the matte finish and the Kashmir having the clear gloss finish. Concrete's innate attribute is its appearance of strength, its durability, and its density. This is perfectly encapsulated by the design concept we call canyon. From its namesake, canyon features peaks and valleys which provide definite depth and texture. This is perfect for your accent walls and even on your facades. To achieve such a finish, we would need to use the Construct Permaplast K202 High Performance Acrylic Render applied using a mortar gun and finished off with a wooden roller. Speaking of concrete character, coal is another concrete design concept that you can use for your accent walls. The texture derived from the same K202 material and the mortar gun application can help elevate furniture and interior design elements. This can be applied fine or coarse, depending on your specifications. The design concepts that I've mentioned here are just some of the elaborate concrete design concepts that you can employ as of the moment. Of course, concrete design is not limited to wall and ceiling applications. That's why we at Construct have expanded our studies and went as far as to developing concrete design concepts for flooring. We present to you the Lunar Series Archistone. Fundamentally, the Lunar Series Archistone is a design concept developed to capture the elegance and simplicity of concrete on floors. Think of industrial look parkways just like that, or receiving areas in your homes with the industrial themed flooring. That is the goal of the Lunar Series Archistone. To achieve this kind of finish, we would need to use premium quality flooring materials from Construct. We likewise labeled as Construct Archistone, which can be applied either as overlayment or as screed. That sums up my Lunar Series webinar. If you have more questions, please feel free to raise those questions. And to reach our technical service department, please do give us a call if you have inquiries about Construct materials, and we would be more than happy to assist you with that. Also, we urge you to give us a follow on our social media page. That's facebook.com/constructchem for the latest news about construct materials and our application methodologies. Thank you very much for giving us the time.
So thank you very much, Mr. Calvin, for that product presentation of Construct by Boys and Paints. Thank you very much once again to Boys and Paints for always supporting the district in all our activities. Next up, we have Polywall, which will be presented by Ms. Annie Salcedo. Please make them co-host so that they can share their screen. There you go. Go ahead, Miss Annie.
Hi, good evening everyone. Habang inaayos po namin ang aming presentation. So first of all, on behalf of SYU Group Suspect Corporation, we would like to thank you for this rare opportunity. We are both honored and thrilled to be here right now to present our products and its advantages. So my name is Anne from the sales team, and after the presentation, we will be having a game with prizes po para sa mga makakasagot sa aming hinandang trivia questions. So architects, stay tuned po. All right, to give you a brief history of our company started po last 2016, and we at Polywall, we aim po to revolutionize the development of fast and efficient installation and construction of walls as alternative po yan sa nakasanayan nating CHP. So what is polywall? Polywall po is a lightweight, energy-saving, non-load-bearing composite wall. So it composes po on both sides. It has calcium silicate baseboard. On the inside, it has cement, sand, expanded polystyrene beads na nilalagyan po namin yan ng additives na nagsisilbing bonding agent to combine po all the components. So as you can see po here, it's tang and groove na rin to avoid movement. Next slide, please. So to give you naman po the different advantages on using the product. Unang-una na po dyan, it's fast and cost efficient. So we can build you a wall 2 times faster but requires less laborers. So in a group po kasi of 3 installers, they can erect for at least 20 panels or approximately 30 square meters in a span of 8 hours. Another one, it's lightweight. So it's 50% lighter than traditional wall. Its core materials po kasi is filled with fire-rated expanded polystyrene beads. Another one, it has fire resistance. Its calcium silicate baseboard po has a good fire rating resistance na umaabot ng 4 hours at a temperature of 1,000 degrees Celsius. Another one, it has compressive strength. Meron po siyang 400 to 680 PSI. And architects, these characteristics po are very ideal, especially in high-rise buildings, since load po is a major consideration in design and construction cost. Then we also have space saving. Since wala na po siyang plastering needed, so it increases po your usable area. So right now we have 100 mm and 150 thickness size to fit your needs. Then meron din po siyang energy saving. Polywall po has a very low thermal conductivity, which means in a room temperature po, hindi po basta-basta lumalabas yung lamig. At the same time, hindi basta-basta pumapasok yung init. So it saves you energy. Lastly, it's sound and thermal insulation. So meron po siyang 35 to 40 decibels. So for this next slide, this video po will to show you how polywall perform compare po sa isang non-load-bearing CHP. There. So for our technical specification, mga architects, ang sukat po namin is kalahati po kami ng plywood. So we are 2 feet by 8 feet. As I've mentioned a while ago, we have 2 available thickness sizes, which is the 100 mm, which is the 4 inches, and the 150 mm, which is the 6 inches. So for the price naman po nila, for the 100 mm, that's 2,100 per panel. For the 150 mm, that's 2,550 per panel. So take note, architects, SRP pa lang po yan, and discounts are very much welcome. For our next slide, please. So here is our capacity. We have ample stocks and continuous po ang aming production. So we are ready for any upcoming bulk orders. Also, we have a accredited team of installers na equipped po on proper installation. So flex lang po namin yung aming mga past and ongoing projects. So we have here Alabang West Parade. And kung magagawi po kayo sa bandang Malolos, Bulacan, may Starbucks po dyan. So kami po ang ginamit dyan. So we also have few gas stations with Shell Philippines under their respective contractors. We also have, next slide please. We also have warehouses projects. Yan. Ito naman po yung tirahan ng atleta last 2019 SEA Games. Yan. Kami po ang ginamit dyan sa mga partition walls. Nakagawa na din po kami ng schools. This one naman is National University sa Dasmariñas. Another slide. Yan, I'm sure familiar po kayo sa mga POGOs. So here po kasi sa Island Cove, may mga dormitory sila na 9-story each. So it's a 10-building project and kami po isa sa mga suppliers na nakuha nila. On other picture naman po, it's our very first high-rise project. It's a 33 commercial residential buildings. So lahat sa mga partition walls, kami rin po ang ginamit siya. Then, nabigyan din po kami ng chance gamitin here sa farm, villas, and offices sa Lipa, Batangas. We also have several residential houses projects din po. So, ito naman po ang aming clients through the years. Yan. So we are pleased to introduce to you our new product that we will be launching this year. So it's called Polyhome. So nabuo po ang concept na ito para makatulong mapabilis ang delivery ng government projects. So as our tagline says here, it's everyone's affordable home solution. So it's a housing solution for everyone. So kahit po si Pedro yan, pasok yan sa budget niya if he is after sa isang mabilis at quality na proseso. Mabilis in a sense na gagamitan namin siya ng micropile para sa footing. For the framings and columns naman, we will be using a light gauge steel at saka natin siya babalutan ng polywall. So here is our sample model unit using this concept na nabuo in a month time. There you have it. there you have it. So if you're wondering po why maliliit na putol lang ang mga panels dyan, mga excess panels lang po yan sa aming mga previous projects, kaya wala pong sayang talaga kay Polywall. So ito naman, ito naman po yung procedure if you're interested to avail Polyhome. So you will provide us with your architectural plan and our technical team will interpret it by creating a 3D drawing and structural plans. So after that, we will deliver it in a flat packaging na may detailed manual on how to assemble each and every pieces. So to sum it all up, Polywall is sustainable, fast, and efficient. So that's about it. So we only have limited time. So thank you. For more inquiries and questions, you can reach us to the following contact details reflected on your screen. There. So raffle time po.
Yes, thank you very much, Miss Annie. So they have raffle prizes. So please stay tuned. Ayan.
For our mechanics po, yung unang makakasagot po sa chat box ang mananalo na insulated tumbler. Yan. So, ready? Ready na po ba for our first question? Okay, for our first question, what is the length and width of one panel of Polywall? Again, what is the length and width of one panel of Polywall? Okay.
Yan. Who's the first one to answer sa chat box, Miss Annie?
Yes, si UAP QC Capital, Architect Jomar Sarsuelo. Congratulations, Architect.
So how do you give the prizes, Miss Annie?
How do we give the prizes? We will deliver it po sa, we will get na lang po yung contact details ni
Architect Jomar Sarsuelo. Tama ba? Yeah. Sige.
Yes.
Okay.
For our next question, okay. What are the two available thickness sizes of Polywall? What are the two available thickness of Polywall? Okay. Okay, we have a winner na, UAPQC Central, Architect Richie Javier Tumbaga. For our next question, what is the fire rating of Polywall? Again, what is the fire rating of Polywall? Okay, may nauna na po si from the ORCOM, Sir Tolitz Novio.
Yun. UAPQC.
Yes.
So I think that answers also may question kanina sa chat box that can we use it safely for firewalls? Is it safe
Yes,
for
ma'am.
fire safety wise? So safe nga siya. Tama ba?
Yes,
Yan. Ayan. So that answers the question in the chat box for your product.
Okay, we have two last questions na lang for question number 4. What is the new product we will be launching this year? Again, what is the new product we will be launching this year?
Ayan. Yung huli niyang sinabi.
Yes. Maricel, baka may question.
Wag na ako. Sila na. Go, go. Kapangalan din yan. Ayun. Uy, nakadalawa ka na. Yeah, Architect Tolitz Novio. Okay. Ayan. QC rin kasi your boss is from QC also, si Mr. Alan Yu, di ba? Thank you very much for sponsoring for us, Mr. Alan Yu.
What method is used for the footing of Polyhome? Sorry. Again,
Polyhome.
what method is used for the footing of Polyhome? method is used for the putting of polymer?
Si Miss Maricel ang winner.
Nakita nyo? Wag. Nakita nyo yung kanina, yung sa product presentation nila. The footing is yung, ay, wag mo na.
Na, Miss Maricel.
Wag. Sa kanila yan. For the attendees.
Starts with letter M.
Starts with letter
M.
M.
So, M lang. Hula na lang. Come on, attendees, sayang din.
I think, gutom ng ating mga ano.
Oo, medyo.
Time na. Anyways, ayun. Sige. So, we'll just send the winners, their sample.
Sige. So, ano daw answer dyan? Wala nang winner for the...
Answer po sa number 5. Wala pong nakasagot eh.
Oo nga. Sige. So,
Micropile. Yes.
micropile. Okay.
So once again, Maricel, thank you for this opportunity. Thank
So,
you.
thank you very much also, Miss Annie.
Good night. Yes.
Good night. And yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So, and we hope you contact them to use their products.
Your names na po.
Okay. So, thanks. And next we have Phil Home.
Yes, hello.
Phil Home, Miss Angela. Okay.
Hi.
Go ahead, Miss Angela. So, are you going to share your screen? Ayan. So,
Hi, good evening, architects and guests. I am Angela from PhilHome. So I'll be playing our AVP. Oh, wait. Mag-shared screen na lang.
screen na.
Yes. Nakikita po ba?
Hindi pa.
Okay.
Naka-co-host ka na.
Sorry.
Ayan. Did you see the video kanina that we played nung una? Yung ba yun, Miss Angela? Same lang?
Yes, yes, please. That's the same call.
Tech team, can we just play that? Yung kanina sa PhilHome?
Then I'll just ask question na lang after the
Yeah,
video.
ikaw na lang mag-ask
Yes.
ng questions.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so again, we have prizes for the questions. So
Yes.
just watch this again.
Sorry, hindi po ako makapag-share
Oo nga eh.
screen.
CPs, Tech Team, can we just play what we played kanina? Or nasa loop pa yun? Yung sa PhilHome, they only have one video, actually. Ayan. So please watch closely.
Yes.
Okay, so you have your questions, Miss Angela.
Yes, so I have 4 easy question lang po for you guys
Ayan.
to answer. Since we have a lot of products, yung 500 each question. Yes, that's question. So yung ano po, yung details po ng mananalo is kunin ko na lang po kay Architect Maricel.
Okay.
So, number 1 question will be, give me at least 2 brands we carry.
So kailangan dalawa answer niya, no?
Yes.
Okay.
At least 2 brands we carry.
2 brands. Okay.
Oh,
Okay na.
okay. Ayun. Ang
Meron na,
bilis.
meron na.
Yes, meron na.
Tell us if correct na yan.
Yes, it's NHA Ranay.
Okay. Chito, ikaw ba yan? Are you there? Siyempre. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here po.
Ayan. So, first winner of 500 pesos.
Yes.
Okay. May contact naman. I'll give you the list.
Yes,
Okay?
yes, please.
Sige. Teka, paano ka daw i-contact? May nagre-question. Did you give...
Yes. Actually, hindi kasi ako makapag-shared screen po.
Oo nga eh.
Yes
Sige.
po. So,
Okay.
bali, ganito na lang po. If
Sa
you
chat
have
box?
question,
Yeah.
yes, ilalagay ko po dito sa chat box yung number and email ko po. If you have question or if you want to know more about our products, we can set a meeting or a product presentation para po one by one mas ma-discuss namin yung item.
And by the way, PhilHome is a sister company of Wilcon. Tama ba? Ano ba yan? Or another company?
Hindi. No, bali, ano po siya. Yung may maari po ng PhilHome is kapatid po ni Madam Rose.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Pero
Sige,
hindi
si Miss Rose po.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Hindi pala connected sa Wilcon. Okay.
Yes.
Anyway, so PhilHome.
Pero most of our products po is available po sa Wilcon.
Ayun, is available in Wilcon.
Yes,
So makikita nila yan doon. Okay. So that's a good info already. Okay.
Yes,
So
bali mamaya ko na lang po siguro ibibigay after the question yung information ko para hindi po matabunan.
Okay.
So the number 2 is give one advantage of using WPC products. One advantage of using
One
WPC.
one lang.
Yes.
Okay. So can you look in our chat box kung okay ba yan? The first answer is waterproof.
Yes, that's
Is
correct.
that right? So, Mr. Windsor Celis of UAPQC. Okay. Ayan. Mr. Windsor Celis, I presume you gave us your contact numbers, no? Tama ba? Sige, we're listing it down.
Okay, okay.
You have 2 more questions, Miss
Yes, 2 more
Angela?
question. And
Yan.
number 3, okay, number 3, retail store na available. Si PhilHome.
Ay, ayun na.
Yes.
Sasabi natin kanina.
Yes.
Okay.
Kakabanggit lang sakto.
Oo, tamang-tama. Tinanong natin. Wait, sino na yan? Wilcon. Nasaan yung unang-una? Okay. Architect Michelle Laman. Oh, past president ng Tandang Sora chapter. Architect Michelle Laman. Okay. The third winner of a 500 pesos. Okay.
Okay.
Pwedeng i-Gcash na lang ba yan? So
Yes,
we
yes,
just give you
GCash
their
po,
numbers.
para mas
Oo.
madali po yun.
Oo, sige. Telephone numbers na lang ng
Yes.
Gcash. Okay.
Then number 4 and easiest question.
Yan na, last na.
Yes.
Okay.
First one na makakapag-comment ng I love PhilHome.
Mabilis lang yan.
Yes.
Ayun na.
Ayun, ang bilis.
Ayun, ang bilis. Okay. So, sino yon? Architect Chito Ranay ulit. Okay. Luis Chito Ranay. Mabilis mag-type. Okay.
Yes.
So, there you have it. Our 4 winners for the 500 pesos given by PhilHome. So,
Yes.
first, Architect Chito Ranay kanina, Windsor Celis, past president of Tandang Sora chapter, Michelle Laman, Architect Michelle Laman, and again, Architect Luis Chito Ranay. So, naka 1,000 pesos siya. So, thank you very much. And again, you can see their products in Wilcon. So, meron kayong
Wilcon.
isang section doon.
Yes, yes po.
Yeah, and then your contact number na rin
Yes,
sa chat box.
ibibigay ko po sa chat box yung contact information ko. So, pag meron pong interested po sa item natin, please
Yes,
contact me
please.
lang po.
Yeah, and then
Yes.
you can also ask us the chapter presidents and me for
Yes.
their contact information. PhilHome, remember, ang dami nilang products.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So,
Thank you so much.
our next presenter, I think she's ready. Miss Juna from Ilaw at Iba Pa. Co-host lang si Miss Juna. Miss Juna, you okay? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay. Naririnig na po ba?
Yes, you're okay. Ayan, you can share already.
Yeah, okay. I'll
Okay.
share.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll share my screen lang. Yan. So nakikita na po ba?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so good evening and thank you for the UAP for this opportunity given to us to present our company and product. Alam ko medyo gutom na tayong lahat. So I'm Zuna Quinto, account manager, and I'm representing Ilaw at Iba Pa. So sino nga ba si Ilaw at Iba Pa? Ano bang meron kay Ilaw para pagkatiwalaan natin when it comes to lightings? Of course, si Ilaw at Iba Pa ay merong 18 branches and counting and one of the leading lighting retailers in the Philippines. Also, ang main branch ni Ilaw ay nasa EDSA Muñoz. So, if you want na makita nyo yung magagandang high-quality products namin, message nyo lang ako and I'll be happy para i-tour kayo sa aming store. So, nagsimula si Ilaw at Iba Pa. Usually, maliliit na store lang yung simpleng bahay lang yung binibentahan namin, office, restaurant, hanggang sa umabot kami sa hotels and commercial spaces and also sa malls. So, bakit nga ba lumaki ng ganyan si Ilaw at Iba Pa? For 23 years, pinanindigan ni Ilaw at Iba Pa yung kanyang mission and vision, which is to discover, develop, and innovative solution. So, at maging customer-centric din yung company kung saan lahat ng kailangan natin when it comes to lighting product and services ay makikita natin kay Ilaw at Iba Pa. So, which bring us to our flagship product, which is the custom lighting solution. Ayan, because of our high-quality products, maraming company ang nagtiwala kay Ilaw at Iba Pa. And I'm sure familiar na rin kayo with this company logos na naging partner ni Ilaw at Iba Pa. So, ano nga ba yung custom lighting solution? So, ito yung nabanggit ko kanina. So, if you have the design, of course, yung idea na nyo gagawin natin into blueprint at sisiguraduhin namin na maging mabusisi kami sa details when it comes to specs, measurements, and of course, sunod yung details na gusto nyo. And of course, after nun, sampling tayo. Sampling, sisiguraduhin namin na best quality yung materials na mabibigay namin sa inyo. And of course, production. Sa production, we do have our own factory sa China, and with the help of our architects and engineers sa China, we make sure na high quality yung fixture na ma-deliver natin sa inyo. And of course, don't worry pagdating sa installation kasi meron kaming mga installation team para mag-guide sa inyo and of course, dahil kay Ilaw at Iba Pa, ito lang, gusto ko pakita sa inyo yung mga ibang projects ni Ilaw at Iba Pa. So we have the Loxent Hotel. Ito, na-customize namin yung kanilang chandelier, which is makikita nyo sa hotel ballrooms nila. By the way, Loxent is located in Timog. And of course, we have the Mary Mart Grocery. Mary Mart Grocery is owned by Double Dragon. And I think meron na silang 50 branches all over the Philippines. And dito naman, from directional spotlight to track lights, we were able to customize yung color, wattage, beam angle nila. And of course, sa Seda Hotels, yung mga Seda Hotels naman, from lighting fixture to the lobby, bedroom, almost all the lightings of the hotel is na-deliver naman ni Ilaw at Iba Pa. And also, we have the Chancellor Hotel, which is located in Boracay. Ito naman, we do the customization of the table lamps, wall lamp, and the drop light. Lahat to design ni Chancellor Hotel. And of course, ito yung mga ibang product ni Ilaw at iba pa. We have our own product which is yung in-house brand, si Lights Plus. And we do also have the emergency system, designer lighting, like decorative, industrial, and general and outdoor lighting. Tapos, bakit nga ba, usually kasi marami nagtatanong sa amin, ano nga ba yung at iba pa ni Ilaw? Kasi Ilaw at iba pa. So this is it. Ang at iba pa niya is our complete electrical solution, which is we have the wires, switches, panel boards, and yon. So, kumbaga, it's a one-stop shop. And so our approach is collaborative. So we partner with you to deliver the best electrical and lighting solutions for every space. For modern to elegant and industrial to luxurious, we create fixture to fit for every need, budget, and specification. And I want to show you lang our AD. Can you hear the sounds?
Walang sound? May music ba yan or what? Walang sound. Miss Juna.
Walang sounds. Wait lang po ah.
Oo.
Stop share ko lang.
Okay. Ulit.
Yeah. I-share ko lang yung sounds.
Please. Okay na. Yeah. Oops.
Everybody has a little bit of light in them, and as a company, we aspire to bring out the brightest light in everyone.
Sorry.
Sige.
This is the story of our beaming transformation. From a simple garage operation in 1999, Ilaw at Iba Pa finds its way inside Filipino homes, delivering a variety of lighting products, electrical needs, and efficient lighting solutions across the country. And with our strong commitment to cater to the different needs of our customers, we established our own factory to manufacture products that are innovative, efficient, and of the highest quality. Throughout the years, Ilaw at Iba Pa has worked with some of the country's top companies and corporations. These brands have partnered with us on multiple flagship projects that utilize our extensive range of products.
We do get some projects like mga ballroom ng mga hotel. We do customize also kung ano yung design ni architect. Meron silang certain specification. They just give us the size ng ballroom na gusto nilang pailawan. More or less what kind of fixture that they want. Whatever specs they need, we can customize it.
Nag-stop yung video, Miss Juna.
Natin what they need.
Yan, okay. Thank you.
Our company values the magical process of creating light for others. The shared joy of working together, from creating the best design, providing the finest materials, overseeing production until installation. We work hand in hand with architects, designers, and builders to deliver the best custom lighting solutions for our clients. Our relationship with our partners is one that is built on trust and excellence. Over the years, Ilaw at Iba Pa did not only grow, and evolved. It has transformed into a company that is committed to providing stunning and remarkable experiences that light up spaces for Filipinos to live and thrive.
Ay, sorry. So,
Everybody.
yan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Miss Juna. So, do you have any questions?
Yes, I have 4 questions now.
Ayan. So, once again, our attendees.
Okay,
Yan, 4 questions, Miss Juna.
mag-start na po tayo. By the way, ako nga pala si Johnny Lem Legaspi.
Hi.
One of the sales agent po pala ni Ilaw at Iba Pa. Then, nagbigay na rin naman po ako sa chat box ng contacts namin ni Ma'am Juna.
Oh, that's
may
good.
concern,
Yeah.
kung may concern pa naman po sila, pwede po nila kaming kontakin or request ng quotation, pwede namin sagutin. Product demo din po. Actual, pwede rin po para mapaliwanag din po namin na maayos. Kasi medyo madami yung item namin eh. So,
Oo
parang
nga.
discuss lang muna namin kung ano yung dapat malaman ng ibang architects. Though, yung ibang architects naman dyan, alam naman na siguro, alam naman po ano. Yan.
Yeah, I
so,
think marami namang gumagamit ng ng items nyo, yung Ilaw at Iba Pa. Maraming
yes, po.
familiar
Madami
na.
po kami napag-cater.
Yeah. Oo, ang daming ng familiar sa inyo. But anyway, we need more architects to patronize you. Kaya we're here.
Sana magkaroon tayo ng magandang transaction po.
Yeah.
In future. Yan. By the way, ma'am, umpisa ko na yung first question po natin.
Yes. And anong price natin dito?
Yun, magbibigay po kami ng solar lights.
Uy, thank you.
Yan,
That's
magandang
nice.
premyo yan, ma'am. Magugustuhan nila.
Maganda yan kasi bumili na ako niyan eh. Oo, alam ko yan. Yeah.
Ayan, so mag-start na po tayo. Yung first question po namin is, how many branches does Ilaw at Iba Pa have?
Ay, ang bilis.
Bilis.
8, tama ba? 18?
Yes, tama po. Tama po.
18, Chito, ikaw na naman. Okay. Chito Ranay. Okay. Sige, next question. So,
next
one
question.
solar light. Oh, for Chito Ranay. Okay. So,
Yeah.
paano pala yan? You will have it delivered to them or paano kukunin namin? How do we, the prices?
Papadeliver na lang namin, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next question, please.
Next question po. Who's the founder and CEO of Ilaw at Iba Pa?
Yan.
Bilis.
Edwin Pimentel.
Ayun, hindi ko na ang bilis ni Architect Luis Chito Ranay.
Oo.
Yan, siya yung
Nakakadalawa na siya.
Talaga nakikinig siya. Ayan. So, ang next naman po question, si Ma'am Juna na po yung magbibigay.
Ayan, okay, Miss Juna.
Okay, for the last 2 questions. So,
yung
third
third
question ko is what is the in-house brand of Ilaw at Iba Pa? Lights Plus. So, we do have a winner.
Ayun, nasan ba? Lights Plus?
Eduardo Madueño.
Madueño. Yeah.
Yan. Thank you so much, sir. Talaga super
Architect ha?
nakikinig.
Architect Eduardo Madueño. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, last na. For the
Last
solar
na po.
light.
So,
Yan. Maganda talaga yung solar light. Maganda masubukan nila. Yeah.
Yes.
Very
For the
useful.
last question, yeah, thank you, Architect. And for the last question lang, give us at least one of project na pinakita namin done by Ilaw at Iba Pa.
Ang dami nun. Ayun na.
So, sino? Sir Chito Ranay ulit.
Uy, Chito na naman. 3 na yung ilaw mo. Ayan. Maganda talaga yan. Hindi mo nasisindihan sa gabi. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Ayan.
So
that's
thank you
it.
very
Thank
much,
you so
Ilaw at
much.
Iba Pa. And we hope more architects will go to your branch and use your products. Ang dami-dami yung lighting fixtures. And
Yes.
aside from that, kumpleto pala kayo ng mga switches and all the cables and everything. So one stop
And then the
shop
wire.
talaga. And the wire.
Yes.
Yeah, lahat yan.
Yeah.
So isang punta na lang para
Yeah, that's Iba Pa.
Iba Pa. Yeah. Okay. So, ayun. So, thank you very much for being our sponsor for tonight, for our events. Sana napapanood din kayo ni Francis Wong and you were able to, get some benefit from it. Nakinig ba kayong Miss Juna? Nandyan ba kayo kanina?
Yes, nakinig po kami.
Yeah. Okay. So, thank you. So, there you have it. Our sponsors for tonight, Boysen, Polywall, Philhome, and finally, Ilaw at Iba Pa. And I can see we only have 79 participants, but are you still game for, meron pa kaming konting, we still want to give away some prizes. That's already from District K3. Kaya nyo pa ba? Or wag na? Kaya pa ba? CP Stella, okay tayo for the last batch of prizes that we're going to give away?
Yung sa, sa last game.
Ito na tayo, oo.
Okay
Tama
po.
ba? Tama ba? Dito na tayo. And this is our last number for the program. O baka gusto na nila umuwi? Okay.
Sino po ba mga medyo unstable yung connection ko eh. Baka
Okay, sinong pwede?
baka maputol ako ma'am. Pero try ko ma'am mag-share screen.
Yeah.
Baka maputol kasi yung connection ko, nag-aalala.
Sino ang
Teka. Sige ma'am, try ko.
Try lang muna. Pag hindi, and then we'll call it, it's okay na siguro.
Sige ma'am. Okay, ready na po guys.